On our different online streaming platforms here. Fox 6 has you covered. Our first major winter storm of 2024 came on Tuesday, round 2 on Wednesday, a bit of a lighter take on things.
Yes.
And the big wallop today on Friday to cap out the week, Steph.
Yes, we are in the midst of it right now. It has been a very messy morning. How was your drive-in?
Not
Dare
great,
I ask?
to be honest. It's progressively gotten worse and worse throughout the week. So Tuesday for me wasn't too bad. Closer to the lake, it was a lot of rain for some people. On Wednesday, I will say it was more snow than we were expecting maybe at that hour of the morning. And today, far and away the worst. You kind of get that Star Wars going to light speed snow coming at you.
When you are driving right into it.
The thing that tripped me up, and I'm sure you're going to speak to this, was the wind as well, because it was kind of blowing around and almost like hypnotic as you were driving, trying to follow those flakes and lane lines.
Yeah, this system as a whole is a little bit stronger than what we saw on Tuesday, and the wind, yes, absolutely has been so much stronger. So we've got low visibility because of that and heavy falling snow, and unfortunately it is going to continue. So know that unfortunately if you do have to be out on the roadways the rest of the day, you're going to want to allow a lot of extra travel time. Here's our view from the city looking at Mitchell International the Marquette Interchange is what I wanted to say there. Again, you can tell that the snow is steady. Keep in mind though, lakeshore communities including Milwaukee, there is a very high snowfall moisture content, I guess you can say, is very wet snow. It's not quite as wet across our far inland areas. And then Kenosha into Racine County, that's where we have a little bit of mix still at the moment. So again, it's just very messy conditions all across southeast Wisconsin, and this is going to continue. We have this winter storm warning through noon, and noon on Saturday, that is, and we will eventually see the snow becoming lighter throughout our nighttime hours tonight. But as I just mentioned, what we've seen so far today, it's going to continue into the evening at least.
We're going to continue with you as well. We're here until 4 o'clock on Fox Local, and we'll also continue to track things on Fox 6 News at 4. But here streaming for you until 4, we're awaiting an update from the Milwaukee County Department of Public Works. They've, of course, had plow trucks out and about all over the area starting last night, definitely through this morning. And we are awaiting an update from DPW officials that we will take you to live as soon as that starts. Maybe we can talk to that, Steph. The difference between what we saw on Tuesday in Milwaukee County specifically, that's where a lot of our population, our viewers are, of course, here at Fox 6. For a lot of people, it was kind of rain and slush, not as big a deal on the roads. This morning, we saw a very different look at the traffic map. And there you go. I believe that's Lambeau Field up there in Titletown. The Packers already have made their way to Dallas. That's good news. They didn't have any flight issues today because they actually got out there a little bit earlier. But yeah, here in Milwaukee County, we saw a number of people sliding off the roads, a lot of slowdowns, ramp closures this morning because it was hitting right at that morning commute.
Exactly. It came in at a terrible time, and you know what? It came in very heavy too. We didn't have that initial wave of light snow that we did on Tuesday. We did not have the wintry mix initially, although right now I think we're starting to see a little bit in some lakeshore communities. But the real difference from Tuesday is that it started and was strong right off the bat. So we saw really quick accumulation, and then with that strong wind, even when things are cleared, the snow just blows right back over it in a lot of spots.
It's a bad combination, especially for power lines out there. One of the big headlines today for this storm have been the outages all throughout the area. We saw some of this on Tuesday, maybe a few hundred, a couple thousand at times, but a much different story from We Energies today. At some points, we were getting up to about 20,000 customers statewide without power, and the bulk of those were here in Milwaukee County, some of them down in Kenosha County or out in Waukesha as well. The update right now, just under 13,000 customers statewide without power. Again, most of those in Milwaukee, right around 8,600. We spoke to Brendan Conway from We Energies at the start of Fox 6 News at 11, kind of describing the difficulties for crews, specifically in conditions like this with the combination of wet snow and wind on the power lines and trees.
Right, and you remember we've already had 2 storms, so that's, this is 3 storms worth of snow, heavy wet snow on those tree limbs. And I know even on my way in, I saw a lot of smaller sticks, little bits of branches coming down, but it's just an indicator that the rest of that is going to be a possibility going forward with how strong that wind is going to stay.
And no relief until tomorrow afternoon, and then because of the cold, it's not going to melt anyway. We do want to get out to that press conference from Milwaukee County Department of Public Works officials. Let's get an update on their snow operations right now.
How are you guys looking? I'm good. Now are you going to go over here? It's a little. I'm set here, but
You guys all good?
Yeah, just
Sorry? Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
would you mind just kind of taking us through where things stand so far today?
Yeah, so I'll give you a little where we're coming to now, what the background is, what we got in the streets right now, and kind of how to move forward as we go through this storm from Friday and Saturday. So we've been preparing for snow and ice operations all year. We've been preparing for this storm actually since Monday. Currently our talented managers, supervisors, staff is in the field right now managing the storm. We're watching temperatures as they consistently change. Earlier today, the temperatures were around 35 degrees. They're slowly starting to dip through the rest of the day into tomorrow morning, which we're supposed to see temperatures below zero. Our salt domes are full. We're switching over to calcium chloride in the middle of the night. We're starting that transition now because as temperatures go down, the existing salt and brine does not really hold up on the roadways. We have 100 salt trucks out right now, or as we call them, they're sensors. Plow blades are mounted. You'll see them on the streets right now. We've seen less snow in the downtown eastern parts of the city as we have seen on the west side. I think there's like 3 to 4 sitting on the streets right now. Our garbaging and recycling facilities, our operations had started 1 hour early today to get all the recycling and garbage picked up so we can transition those vehicles this evening to help with the cleanup because we're supposed to see another 6 inches of snow from what we're seeing. Other equipment that's out there you'll see right now is trackless equipment. We have 1-ton Ford trucks out there. We have F-350s out there to deal with all of our accessible areas, our bike lanes. And we have a team of mechanics right now that have been working 24/7 to keep all these vehicles on the road. They've been doing a fantastic job. Our in-service rate is probably better than I've seen in the past few snow events. Residential streets were pre-treated last night in anticipation of the storm and the cold temperatures coming in. So it lasted us all the way until about 5 o'clock this morning before we started seeing some accumulation. We continue to have our mains passable. When I say mains, that's your arterial streets, your main thoroughfares through the city. We're focusing on them. As soon as we have those open and clear, we're going to transition to the residential areas. As you've seen in past snow operations that we've done recently, we're staying away from the parking lanes and the arterials, moving into the district so people can move onto those main areas and then coming back out. So when you see a roadway that's not fully plowed, we're keeping the lanes open, we're going to come back. 100% of the city will be plowed. I just wanted to express, be patient with our crews. This storm did start last night. It's going to continue all the way through Saturday. There will be cleanup on Saturday night, all the way through Sunday, and possibly into Monday when we have every street, roadway, bike path, etc. taken care of. Follow all parking regulations. We have not announced a full out parking snow emergency yet, but it will probably be coming. We're monitoring the storm to see because we do not want to impact residents parking on our streets as much as possible, but that could possibly be released tonight. And then as the storm comes to an end and you start looking at your Monday and Tuesday coming into the week, make sure your garbage cans are cleared off, make sure your recycling bins are cleared off so we can go back to our normal garbage and recycling operations. And then again, I can't express this enough. This storm is, right now it's a little wet and messy. Drive slow, take your time. There's no reason to rush around. I know a lot of our surrounding communities are closed. A lot of facilities in the local area are closed. If you're trying to go somewhere, take your time. I would prefer that, as many cars as possible to stay off of our streets. But just be careful. This is the largest snowstorm we've had in quite some time, and it might be unfamiliar to a lot of people. So just please be patient on the roadways.
For those that are unfamiliar with the snow emergency parking rules, what does that entail if the DPW, the city, were to declare that?
Yeah, so if we go into full DPW parking operations and make that announcement, that means you have alternate side parking so we can make sure we can clean up the entire street. We try to avoid that, to do that at the last part of a snow operation, not to basically hinder what people can do in parking, because it does become a little, if you look at the east side and other fully dense areas, it gets a little invasive. So when we do that, that means you can just alternate side parking so we can clean the entire roadways.
With that, there was a post on social media by DPW that said we were in a snow emergency that was then deleted. What happened there and why haven't you announced one? Sort of what's the protocol?
Yeah, so there's a couple of terminologies. You have a parking snow emergency, you have a snow emergency, you have a severe weather emergency, and those are a lot of things they're discussing. It gets confusing for the public. So there's a post that came out. So the city's facilities are shutting down because it's basically we're thinking of the danger of people coming to city facilities from the public or our workers to get home. So at noon today, we have shut down those, and that's what we're calling the severe weather. The snow policy, which is coming out, which is when we're in full snow operations, and there's a third one that'll count, which is a parking. So they're a little different.
Talk to just the importance of, this snowstorm and transitioning, garbage trucks into being snow plows. I mean, that's why they're there. But I'm sure it's a matter of trying to stay on top of this snowfall so you don't get behind.
Yeah, so really when we talk about our garbage packers or the garbage recycling trucks, when you start mounting blades on those, this is where we get into snowfalls at 6 inches or above, so we can clean up the actual entire city faster. The 100 sensors or salt trucks are out there all the time, but towards end of a snow event, we'll pull all our garbage and recycling vehicles out there so we can get it cleared as quick as possible so people can go back to their normal lives.
With these crews, they've been out since Monday night, pretty much, because we've had so much snow or snow events this week. What is that like for these crews to have to work such grueling hours and so many 12-hour shifts back to back? Is everybody okay to be out this weekend?
Yeah, so we've had the fortunate time in December to have warm weather, so we have not burned our staff out. I will say this week has been a little more strenuous on them. That's the reason why we go through 12-hour shifts. So it gives our employees a chance to go home, rest, get 8 hours of sleep, 2 hours, you can eat, and then come back into work to do their job. I mean, they're a fantastic group, and we've also seen some of our numbers increase over the past years. I think we're at our higher staffing rate in these jobs that we've seen in over 5 years, so it has helped. But yeah, it's not an easy job. So when you see these individuals on their roadways, just please be mindful, try to stay out of the way, let them do their job.
Is there, looking ahead to the really cold, bitter temperatures that we're going to be seeing? So we have a wet, mixed, slushy, and then those deep freeze temperatures come in. I'm sure if things aren't cleaned up as best as possible until that sets in, it makes it harder.
Yes, you're correct. So this is why we're trying to get all those basically garbage trucks and recycling vehicles out there as quick as possible tonight, because those temperatures are going to drop into negative digits, which then you're going to see a lot of freeze on the roadways. That's additionally why we're doing calcium chloride, which does help with deep freezing temperatures. So as fast as we can get, as fast as the storm can end before the temperatures drop drastically, and we can get out there and remove as much, that's a win. That's why I said this operation is probably going to extend into Monday just because of that freezing and really, really cold temperatures freezing this kind of wet snow.
What's your message to people?
You're listening to Department of Public Works officials in Milwaukee detailing the snow response, which has been quite a while and will continue to be, as you heard from there, maybe through Monday because of what's coming, wanting
Absolutely.
to get everything off the roads as much as possible before it freezes. Some of the notes from that official: 100 trucks out right now. And then maybe the big change, they started garbage and recycling service early today so that those trucks can cycle into becoming snowplows in
Right.
effect. They put the blade on the front of a garbage truck. You'll see that coming through. Still pretty much only working on the main areas right now. The residential street sounds like it'll still be a little while before you might notice your neighborhood getting cleared, at least in Milwaukee.
Yes.
Let's get into your forecast then, because he was speaking to a lot of it there. The snow continues well into Saturday, and then all eyes on those cold temperatures at end of next week.
Right, exactly. So that is another reminder that, clear the snow tonight and tomorrow after this event really tapers off, because it's going to get even harder as the temperatures drop. Now, here's our view at the Marquette Interchange in Milwaukee. You can absolutely still tell that snow is reducing visibility. Now, a lot of our DOT cams looking at the interstate itself, looking pretty good right now, but elsewhere across the region, we have got snow-covered pavement. And then this is the view in Kenosha. Now, a short time ago, I checked in on social media with those of you along the lake in Racine and Kenosha County, and you guys did tell me many reports of a little bit of back and forth, some snow to rain to some wintry mix. So you are likely seeing a little bit of everything here in this Carthage College camera. Again, high waves thanks to the very strong wind. And I'm thinking a lot of this, again, mainly just raindrops. As you can see on that grassy surface, there really isn't much besides just a little bit of slush. So there is still the chance, really from Milwaukee southward, especially throughout the rest of the afternoon, to see some of that back and forth. Whereas inland areas, this will stay as snow. And heavy snow still at the moment, especially in our northern communities down to about Waukesha. Visibilities are only about a quarter of a mile to a half a mile, and not too much better in Milwaukee. Milwaukee down to Kenosha, a mile to about a mile and a half. Most spots we are dealing with snow-covered, not just slippery, but snow-covered pavement, especially across our inland areas where the snowfall rates have been high since early this morning. Continuing to see that accumulation and those deteriorating conditions. You know, it's one of those days where if you don't have to be out, stay in, don't travel. The roads are just a mess. Now here's a look at the wind. This is a big factor with this system as it continues to impact our area. Sustained wind speeds themselves are between 15 and 25 miles per hour. And then you tack on stronger wind gusts, which right now are closer to about 30, even 35 miles per hour in a handful of spots. Earlier this morning, the gusts were actually stronger. We did register a few gusts up to about 40, even 45 miles per hour, and we'll still have the chance for that going forward the rest of the day today. Now, we do still have heavy snow across some northern communities, especially into Sheboygan and eastern Fond du Lac, closer to the Beaver Dam area, down into about Madison, and then near Lake Geneva, as well as Racine and Kenosha County. So you can again tell where you're seeing some of these darker purples. That is likely where we have some heavier pockets of snowfall at the moment. And everything up north absolutely makes sense when we look at that visibility map. So all across the area, once again, snowy and very windy. Now south, the lakeshore in Illinois, northern Illinois, really just south of the Illinois state line, starting to see more of that mix. Now just a short time ago, that was creeping into parts of Kenosha County. So once again, we do still have the chance throughout the afternoon for a little bit of that mix immediately near Lake Michigan. But tonight, as those colder temps move in, it will change over to all snow. The system is towards the south of us right now, the low pressure system itself. We have heavy rain and even severe weather far towards the southeast of us. We are on the northern edge of this, meaning we are on the cold side and getting in on some of the heavy snow. It is much lighter on the back edge of this storm system. So as we see this low pushing east and we get in on some of that wraparound moisture later tonight, we'll see the wind turning off at the northwest, pulling in some of that lighter snow. So the good news is that later tonight and during our overnight hours, the snow will at least become a little lighter. But for now, plan on steady snow and heavy at times. And with the wind, I can't stress enough, there may be periods of time where we have near whiteout conditions in our area. Late tonight, any mixed lakeside will become all snow, and then it will continue throughout our overnight hours, but becoming lighter. And then eventually tomorrow morning, more scattered, but the wind will stay strong, and we'll have the chance still through about midday or maybe even Saturday afternoon for some lingering light snow. Blowing snow will still be an issue Saturday and maybe even into Sunday. Even though snow won't be falling Sunday, it could be more of that ground blizzard situation as we see the consistency of the snow, especially on the top of the snowpack, powdery because of that big drop in temperature. So just something to keep in mind. The wind isn't going anywhere until Monday of next week. We are well on our way to see these high snowfall totals across much of southeast Wisconsin. I think well on our way to that 8 to 12 inch range. Most spots are now between about 3 and 7 inches with the exception of the lakeshore. And we do once again have that chance for the mix, especially in the southern lakeshore communities, which will likely keep totals lower. But also, even when it changes over to snow, it's going to remain that really heavy, wet snow, which also may limit totals just a little bit. So we are still expecting some lower totals across some of our lakeshore communities, but still very impactful. And really, we are going to continue to see the heavy snow, the strong wind gusts, the low visibility, and just really messy travel for the remainder of your Friday. So I mentioned this earlier. If you don't have to be out, it's a great day to just stay inside. So that is the latest from the studio. Lisa, you have plenty more to talk about, including an update on snowfall totals. And I know we've got a lot of cold that we do need to focus in on, too. We've been talking a lot about the snow, but we have to talk about the cold as well.
Yeah, it's been a very winter weather week, as this is our second winter storm. And as Steph just mentioned, the cold is going to follow after this. So with all the snow that's falling, it is not going to melt. In fact, as an Arctic air mass is going to move in by the weekend and into next week, it's going to turn into a solid block. So get out there the sooner you can to start to shovel some of that snow off areas that you don't want it to be on once that cold air arrives. Now we're taking a live look right now. This is going to be just south of Fond du Lac on Interstate 41, south of Lake Winnebago. Of course, what we are tracking is a semi that is blocking the interstate. We're continuing to track not only this area that is having the truck block the interstate, but we're also seeing the cameras shaking. We're having traffic and cars sliding off roads, and we're especially continuing to track where at least the traffic is going to be the worst in terms of road conditions. That is going to be inland. We notice Interstate 41 heading towards I-95 I-94 west, where the orange and yellow colors are. Traffic is moving slower in these spots where we've had cooler road temperatures and more snow accumulate for our western areas. The closer we are to the lake, we have a little more green showing up, where our road temperatures are slightly warmer, but as Steph has been kind of mentioning, it's that mix that we've been seeing closer to the lake, still causing slick travel, but it's looking to be more of a slush on some of these roads, but it's not looking to be as impactful as it is, especially if you're going to be traveling on Interstate 41 or I-94. Overall, our road conditions are a lot worse than our last event. We have everyone either under slippery roads and or covered roads, and there's a lot more areas experiencing pink on the map, which is going to represent covered roads. That's one of the biggest impacts, because it's not just the amount of snow we're seeing, but take a look at General Mitchell International Airport. We can't even see that it's there. The rates of the snow, which Steph has also talked about, could be up to an inch an hour in some spots, and when we're incorporating these really strong winds, that is rapidly reducing visibility. So deteriorating conditions will be around as we head through the afternoon. We're currently tracking a quarter-mile visibility Fond du Lac, West Bend, Sheboygan, Waukesha, a little bit better near the lake at a mile. Still not great, but it is going to be an improvement if you're in the downtown metro area heading towards the Wisconsin-Illinois border. That's where snow has not been as heavy. So we are watching most of our areas to still have a band of some heavier snow, and we're continuing to see snow reports come in as we speak. Powell Lake right now had a report of 7 inches of snow. Sullivan, Wisconsin, which is where the National Weather Service office is, had a report of 6.2 inches, 6 inches in Oconomowoc, 5.1 in Sussex, and 5 inches in Waukesha. Now again, snow totals could vary depending on where you are, especially closer to the lake. You might be on the lower end with just a few inches, but we are going to continue to track snow falling throughout the rest of the day today, even into tonight. The difference is the consistency of the snow as we head into the evening. That will be a little bit lighter, but because we still have this heavy snow, we are reporting more power outages. Right now, our top 3 counties which have the most power outages is what we're going to break down. Milwaukee County has about 8,600, Waukesha County 2,400, Washington County 1,400. So what we're tracking is some of the locations which have had some heavy snow also. That has been drooping down on trees, causing limbs to break. I've seen a lot of power lines that have been sagging down because of the weight of our last snow event, now adding on some of the wet snow for this event. So if you are at home and you're watching us, plan for at least some sort of emergency pack in case your power does go out. Have a flashlight, have some food, have some warm clothing nearby. If you have a weather radio or some sort of way to have an external battery where you can still watch us and stream us live, we're going to continue to keep you updated and keep you safe, but the winds will remain strong, and that of course could fluctuate the amount of people without power as we head through the day today. Wind gusts currently about 30 to 36 miles an hour, but we've had gusts in the 40-mile-per-hour range. That's going to have a bigger impact as we're moving into tonight, which potentially could not only cause more power outages, but also cause blowing snow. Yes, we're going to watch the steady snowfall this afternoon and evening, lake-enhanced snow possible, which could bring higher totals, but we're also focusing on these very strong wind gusts, 40 to 50 miles an hour. Colder air is going to wrap around this system. That is going to change the consistency of the snow, bringing us more of a drier snow, a fluffier snow. So when we incorporate those stronger winds, we're going to be watching for more blowing snow tonight. It is going to cause a problem still with lighter snowfall rates, but visibility is going to be poor because that snow could be moving around. While we're talking a lot about snow coming up, I'm going to break down more for you on the cold that's on the way. Steph, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lisa. All really great information, and
Yes,
just goes to
indeed.
show we have a lot of just issues probably ahead going forward.
And certainly more if you, maybe on Tuesday, I think some people reacted, especially close to the lake, oh, you made a big deal out of this.
Yes.
Today is the day that we're really seeing across the viewing area some real issues. When it comes to the highways, she had that crash on the DOT camera, the power outages that thousands of people are
Yes.
dealing with. Brendan Conway from We Energies joined us on Fox 6 News at 11 to discuss the response from We Energies, trying to get those thousands of people back online in the snow and the wind.
We have hundreds of men and women out in the field trying to get around quickly and safely, dealing with these outages, but we're seeing that heavy wet snow oftentimes coming onto large trees and large limbs, and that is coming into contact with our power equipment, causing power outages. We also, earlier in the week, when we had that first round of snow, saw a number of cars that slid off the road and came into contact with our power poles, causing long outages. So we'd encourage people and remind them, please do slow down on these slick roads. Outages are really dynamic, and each outage is a little bit different. So we do have, as I mentioned, hundreds of people out. We're sending crews around. Response times are probably going to be a bit slower today because our crews can only go as fast as the roads will allow, and they're always going to take safety number one. But that's why we encourage you to sign up in the app or go to the outage map on our website. We can actually give you individualized outage estimates. We can send it via text or email, phone call, through the app, however you want it. So that's probably the easiest and best way to get an update. But listen, we're not going to stop until everyone has their lights back on.
So you have to certainly think, sorry, we're all doing things
Yes.
last minute. You have to certainly
Multitasking.
think of the We Energies folks who are out there. Imagine how hard it is just getting pelted in the face, walking from your car back into your house or the
Right.
grocery store. And they're trying to do some real work out there, getting folks back online, and will continue to do that. He spoke to the wet combination with the wind combination
Yes.
as well. And I think also when you think of the driving, if you get in a crash, it's not just you. As he said, sometimes that can affect thousands of
Right.
people if you take out a generator or a power line or something.
Right, and we're really only halfway through this storm, so it's good to just take those proper precautions
Yeah.
too going forward in case you do end up having an outage. Again, charge your phones, charge your devices, have that safety kit in your basement or wherever it is handy if you are without power for a while. And yes, I mean the snow throughout the remainder of the day today is going to stay pretty heavy and wet, and we already have so much coating those branches. It's probably not going to take too much more to see more limbs down. But the good news is that later tonight, as the cold moves in, the consistency will change a little bit. Lisa just mentioned that, but in the near term, it's more of this
This is
heavy,
what
wet
it is.
snow.
Yeah. We have some video to share with you now of the snow in Oak Creek. We'll take you all around our viewing area here as our Fox Local stream continues. This was from earlier in the morning. I mean, on the one hand, it's that wet snow kind of sticks to the trees. It looks really
very
pretty as
pretty.
long as you're watching from inside, but you can even see in that video, and now this one from Brown Deer, just how much the wind was affecting things. The tree branches are moving all over the place in this video, and the flakes flying by as well. This is what you like to see, right, Steph?
This is the right way. Good work.
At-home meteorologists finding a fresh patch of snow there, and already a few inches. This is Whitefish Bay, so again, the difference closer to the lake or not. This was in Whitefish Bay where there is snow on the ground sticking that we didn't necessarily see earlier in the week, but the roads, the sidewalks, still maybe more of that slush, especially if ice was down. And another one from Waukesha County, which has been dealing with this throughout the morning. In fact, Waukesha County declared a state of emergency just a short time ago, closing county courthouses, county buildings, government offices, all will shut down at 1 o'clock today, and that will run that state of emergency in Waukesha County through 2 p.m. Saturday. We also have Muskego to tell you about. Our crews have been all over the place this morning. And again, this was the early morning hours. You see it a little darker out there, but that light gives you a great sense of just how fast and furious the snow is coming down and blowing all over the place. Definitely some problems for viewers and drivers trying to clear things off.
Sure.
Maybe you could speak to the power of Lake Michigan, which we know is such a wild card here in Milwaukee. On Tuesday, it meant those of us close to the lake didn't have to deal with as much.
Yes.
You were telling me that the power of the lake will change a bit as this system on Friday comes in with the colder temperatures. Could enhance things.
It could absolutely. And it is worth mentioning too, I mean, we haven't seen a huge change in the temperature of Lake Michigan between Tuesday, but with how strong the wind was on Tuesday, we saw more of that upwelling, more of those waves, and it was able to bring in some of the cooler air from the central part of the lake. So it's cooled maybe a couple of degrees, nothing terribly noticeable, but with an east wind still today, we'll have the chance for more of that mix. I don't think it'll be as much rain for as long of the time that we saw it on Tuesday, but still some. But yes, later tonight, as we see that colder air mass moving in and we still see that northeast breeze, the contrast between air temperatures being colder and the lake being warmer could still add more lake enhancement. So we could see some lake enhanced bands. We are already still seeing, I think, a little bit of enhancement even at this hour in some of our northern communities. But yes, it could switch things up a little bit heading into our nighttime hours just because we have colder air moving in.
And just a longer period of time, right? I mean, Tuesday felt like a longer day of the system coming through, but not anything compared to what we're seeing today.
Exactly. Started early this morning after about 4 or 5 a.m. It's going to continue through potentially Saturday afternoon, but at a much lighter rate. Steady, heavy snow continues through tonight, and then overnight into tomorrow morning, much, much lighter.
No real break in sight, except from us. We're here for you, hanging
Yes.
out. Hopefully
Yes.
you're at home watching somewhere warm and chilling with us, an appropriate word on a day like today. Here are some of the reminders from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation on what you should do to make sure those plow drivers can get out and do their jobs safely and not affect them in any negative way. Stay 200 feet behind those snow plows. And honestly, more would be even better on a day like today. We had our photojournalist Jeff Frings out and about this morning. He's an expert driver, has a four-wheel drive, and said even just as a test at one point safely, he tried to put on the brakes a little bit harder.
Oh, yeah.
And you still slide. Even if you have four-wheel drive,
Yes.
you're going to slide multiple car lengths. So 200 feet is what they recommend from the DOT. Be cautious, especially on bridges, overpasses, those exit ramps, which freeze faster than the rest of the highways and roadways. Because there's air going underneath, and then avoid using cruise control. A good reminder as always that if you happen to use that regularly, don't rely on it during winter weather. You'd rather have yourself in control, gas, brake, all the rest as you're driving.
And I know we always talk about that colder scenario, that powdery type snow being the really slippery snow, but it is still worth mentioning that when we have the slush, the heavy wet snow, it is still hard for tires to really get their traction on there. So don't, still take it seriously, even though it is more of that heavy wet snow, especially in our lakeshore communities. And then of course out west, it's just coming down so fast that there really is no break. Everything just keeps accumulating.
That's the story on the roads. Let's check in with the airport as well. At least we think that's the airport.
Visibility
allegedly.
is very low.
Mitchell International Airport, earlier this morning at one check, we had more than 80 cancellations when you combine the flights both arriving to Milwaukee's Mitchell Airport and flying out of Mitchell today. Some have gotten off. I can tell you a couple good friends of mine actually flew out this morning.
Oh, wow.
A little bit hairy. They said they were in a 737, a little bumpy. They had to de-ice multiple times just to get off, but a number of the flights were canceled. They even saw, it looked like a small, propeller plane. Taxiing next to them, ready to take off. That is not the plane I'd want to be in on a day like today.
I would take a break from that.
But since we're giving kudos to the plow drivers and to the We Energies crews out and about trying to make your life a little easier today, how about the folks who work out there on the runways and the tarmac trying to keep as many of the operations going as possible? But this is normally our camera where we see the control tower and the terminal. That gives you a perfect idea of the visibility out there today.
And that is all thanks to how heavy the snow is and that strong wind. So low visibility, unfortunately, is going to be an issue through the night tonight. It's not really until the snow becomes lighter, the snowfall rates become lighter, that we stop having that visibility.
Because we've kind of seen it go in a little bit of waves, and I guess that's as the snow's come in, come out, and get blown around and everything like that. There were periods where we could see the airport this morning. Clearly not the case right now. If you are someone watching who needs a good place to go and stay warm, maybe one of the people who have had their power go out and you're watching us on a mobile device, for example, most of the public libraries, certainly in Waukesha County, are open today, and a number of others in our surrounding communities, so that's a good place. Hey, if you're stuck at home with the kids, they've already built the snowman, you want to get out and try to do something else, maybe think about your local library till they're open. Also, the McCannon Brown Homeless Sanctuary is open. That's on Center Street. Some of the other places you can check out today, a number of warming centers open around Milwaukee. Check out 211. That's your best bet to get more information on what's actually open. Hackham Shelter on Holton Street, another opportunity for you. And the Clinton and Bernice Rose Senior Center, though seniors in the name, you do have to be age 50 and up if you want to go there on MLK Drive. And again, 211 is your best bet. That gets you a lot of different information, including kind of up-to-the-minute numbers on which places actually have openings, have slots for you if you need a place to go. Let's check in with Jason Calvi for maybe a little bit of fun. I'm not exactly sure what you have for us here, Jason, but to set the bar, Zoe Chapala found a surfer on Tuesdays during the storm. You've apparently found a tie-in powerlifting, snow shoveling. What's going on here, my man?
Strongmen, Olympic weightlifting, it's all going on here. So when you think about lifting snow, I mean, it can be pretty heavy when you go down, pick it up, and try to clear off your driveway and your sidewalk. So I'm like, well, who can give us better tips about the proper technique of lifting than a retired American and world strongman who competed in all those competitions where they lift up the big tree trunks and rocks and all that stuff. So that's Matt, want it, former retired strongman. And then Julie Peterson, who is an Olympic weightlifting competitor, also trains powerlifting and stuff like that, just to get some tips on how exactly to do the proper mechanics of lifting the snow, because it is a workout, right? Even for you guys who have done this your whole life, or professionals at the topic, is it still tough to do the?
It's tiring. Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It's not as much fun as you know lifting weights, but there's important things to remember about lifting and throwing snow. And in our world, we have strongman and powerlifting and weightlifting and Scottish Highland Games. Just like lifting, there's no one way to throw snow.
Okay.
So we want everyone to find their own groove here. And so we can walk you through it. We can walk Matt through it.
Matt, you want to demonstrate some techniques. So for example, I mean, do we want to just kind of do a lot of shaking of our body and moving the torso around? Is that going to help us? Probably not.
We definitely want to warm up a little.
Okay.
Right? The snow is heavy, like you've mentioned, on air. So we thought we'd go through a couple different warm-ups. A warm-up for a strongman. Matt has extensive experience. Show us a warm-up for a strongman. Okay, that was great. So,
okay, take a seat.
Yeah, that was
take a
good.
break.
Now, a warm-up for a power lifter would be, yeah, same thing, only the hood up. Maybe a couple ammonia capsules, really get hyped to do it. Warm up for a Highland Games athlete. Well, we skipped that part because that would be walking back from the beer tent. So we're okay there. And then a warm up for a Olympic weightlifter would probably be to take some clothes off and make sure a lot of people are watching.
Okay.
And also, there we go. And do a couple band stretches. Okay, super, good. That's good, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready to do this. Okay, awesome, thank you.
So from there, you want to make sure, the crew did a good reminder here, make sure you're fueled up. I think these guys are fueled with Big Macs, so we're good to go. So Matt will grab the shovel, and we're gonna go strongman style first. So remember, strongman want to do the most amount of weight as fast as possible. Good, that's good. And then what does a strongman do? Yeah, they're done. That's good.
So is that tough even for you to lift that? I mean, that's a pretty easy, right?
Better nowadays,
Yeah.
we get tired quick.
So you take a little break in between sets, just like you would in the gym, right?
Absolutely.
You do a heavy load and then get back
Exactly.
in there. Take a break, lift it up.
A power lifter would want to do largely the same thing, only with a few more dramatics. So maybe set your feet, really lean down. There you go.
Nice.
See how he squatted? Throw it over the neighbor's car. And he squatted down. You've all heard lift with your legs, not with your back, but of course your back is connected to everything. So make sure you're squatting down. And a weightlifter would want to do largely the same, only here's some people. There's people watching now, so that makes weightlifters happy. So same thing. Oh, very good. Very good technique. Almost triple extension, which is what we're going for. And then the Scottish Highland Games athlete would really just leave the snow and go back to the beer tent. So. Yeah.
So when we're doing these lifts, I mean, the proper mechanics, there's many different ways, as you just listed them, of weightlifting, of moving weight. So, but general principle, torso tight, I mean, squat, I mean, what are some techniques to help people that are in okay shape? They're not going to have a heart attack out here, though, you know, we know after every snowstorm there are people that do have heart attacks because they're not in good shape. But for those who are in moderately good shape, what are some techniques to make the lift a little bit easier, or to use the best mechanics of lifting to move the snow more quickly maybe?
Yeah, in all seriousness, you do want to keep, if I'm training and I come out and shovel, I want to keep the shovel actually as close to me as possible.
Okay.
So Matt will show, in all seriousness, that we don't want to lift it and then just throw it way out, because that's going to just put all that strain on your back. So just try to keep it close and just do a little bit at a time, just like that. And in all seriousness, once you do get tired, take a break. The snow's not going anywhere, right? Good. All right.
So is this a squat or a deadlift? What are we doing here? Both?
Yes.
Both. Okay.
Yes. It's combining the mechanics to stay safe, do the most amount of work as possible, and, you know, get some exercise.
What should we not do? What are some, when you see some neighbors maybe that are shoveling snow and you're like, wow, that's some really bad mechanics. What would get us hurt out here?
Don't bend your legs at all.
Okay.
Do it all like this.
That's going to get you hurt if you're straight-legged.
Your low back is going to feel that pretty immediately. And again, you're not going to be able to do it as long. If you're feeling out of breath, take a break. That's what the chairs are for.
Yeah.
Take a break.
And when you are lifting weights, you're taking 5-minute breaks in between sets, 10 minutes sometimes if it's really, really heavy, maximum.
Okay.
Right?
Is that what we do in the gym, Jason? We haven't done that in the gym.
5 minutes, 5-minute breaks. So again, bend the knees. What about the back? What should we do with the back? How should we keep the back?
Well, the back just does what the back does, right? Everything works as a system, so you just want to make sure you are staying a little tight. That's different for different people, what that looks like. But yeah, just don't. You'll feel it. If you feel a twinge, stop. Don't keep going. Knock on your neighbor's door. There's kids running around needing a couple extra bucks. Have them do it. It's all good.
Julie, when you're done doing your sidewalk and your driveway, and you're somebody who trains regularly, Matt, you train as well, are you still going to be sore after you do this sort of workout out on the snow here?
No.
No? Okay.
No, that sounds really egotistical, but no.
Okay. So if you do regular weight training, then probably not going to, this isn't going to be too much of a...
pretty good.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of maybe of a cardio workout out here at this point, right?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to share with our audience?
Just be safe out there. Have fun. It's a snow day. Enjoy it.
Okay. Well, appreciate Matt. Julie, thanks so much for sharing your expertise of weightlifting, strongman competitions, Olympic weightlifting, and you can use those techniques. Again,
Jason, I got a
keep
question
your legs
for
straight.
You. If you're okay
Sure, you got
with
a question, Carl. Go for it.
First of all, the strongman there makes a shovel look like my kid's little garden pail thing they have. That's an impressive size.
They say that the shovel makes it look like a little garden shovel.
Chances
with the
that
strongman
he could lift you up, Jason, just, hands on the shoulders, lift you up, make it look like nothing out there.
Could you lift me up right now? Like, would that be...
Like
200.
Throw you over his shoulder?
I don't know. Just lift me up like.
Sure.
Oh man. Oh, thanks, Carl. Thanks. Now we're good. Okay.
It's a snow day. We gotta have some fun with it. Like it's nothing.
Awesome, Carl. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll do that again. They'll throw me in the snow next time.
That is Fox 6 political reporter Jason Calvi. Does it all for us, and always with a smile. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And it sounds like we need an invite to the beer tent for the folks after that. They seem to be more focused on that. Okay, that was just fantastic, was it not?
It was. That was lovely.
Oh man, we're gonna need to clip that. Okay, to their point, clearly having some fun out there, making the most of it, right? Because this is Wisconsin. You gotta have some fun in the snow, and then don't bend like that. Lift with your knees.
And I am so guilty of doing that.
It's easy. It's easy to do that. Now, for those of us who can't just toss Jason like he's a toddler out there, take it a little slow. Maybe a half a shovelful as you go along there.
That was really fun, though. That's really good content. I love it.
Oh, man. Okay. Part of the reason that we're covering all this today is because of the snow out there being, as Steph keeps telling us about, this wet, heavy snow, not the lighter, puffier stuff that you think of for a ski hill or maybe the best sledding conditions. Instead, kind of that packing snow that you can make a good Ford, a good snowman with, potentially.
Right, exactly. Just like what we saw on Tuesday. So it is very heavy and very wet, and you'll want to take breaks if you do have to be out and clearing. And, it might not be the best to just wait until it's all done. Do it in waves because we've already seen a lot of accumulation. In fact, I just saw a total out of Menominee Falls of 8 inches. So this really has piled on in many spots across southeast Wisconsin. So again, just take it slow, give yourself plenty of breaks, and try to have fun with it. That's pretty much all we can do at this point. Stay inside if you can, too.
To that end, we do have a really great gallery on our website right now, fox6now.com. If you want to check out some of the photos people have sent in, the lighter side of a snow day here, especially going into a holiday weekend. We have some great photos on our website. We're going to share some of those with you throughout this afternoon here on Fox Local. As we get you kind of your weather headlines, thousands of people, though, without power today during the storm. Right now, it's around 13,000 We Energies customers around the state of Wisconsin. Milwaukee County has been the hardest hit throughout much of the day. That's down to around 9,500 customers in Milwaukee County, which is actually quite an improvement over what it was just a few hours ago. It was closer to 20,000 at the time. Waukesha County, the other really hard hit area, 2,300 or so customers without power. A reminder, as we've been sharing, report the outage as soon as you notice it, because that'll fast track things for hopefully getting you back online. The crews are working around the clock trying to restore power. And also an update from We Energies, you should get the app. You can call, you can go on the website, but if you have the app, you're able to see a little bit more in real time how your specific outage is being responded to, which, if anything, I would imagine peace of mind for people, knowing it's at least been recognized and is going to be dealt with. You can kind of track it that way.
It is. It's very seamless. It's very easy to use and just very helpful if you are in that, kind of tricky situation.
Yeah. I mentioned the viewer photos. Let's see some of those that folks have sent in to us.
Oh, beautiful.
This is what we're talking about. From Alan in Yorkville. This is in Racine County, hanging out. Looks like a wonderful back patio, outdoor grill set up there. Where's the invite, Alan? Maybe
when it's not snowing.
Yeah, there we go.
Love it.
As we take you around the area, some other ones we've gotten as well, showing the beautiful snow just kind of sticking to those evergreen trees there. And you can submit your photos on fox6now.com, as well as we see another one from Waukesha. There you go. Another nice shot down at the snow. Nice to be, we're thinking somewhere warm, looking down at the roads, not actually out driving on them, I would think. And maybe it's lake country or lake weather. This is Eagle Court Memory Care in Appleton, Wisconsin. Thank you to the staff, I'm sure, working hard out there and keeping their residents safe and watched for. Todd sent this in from Appleton. We've chatted about this stuff a little bit on Tuesday. And again, one last picture for you from Cedarburg. This is Jenna, who's snowed in, but trying to make the most of it.
Snowed in, I love it.
In Cedarburg. Just how warm a winter it was really until this week and until what's coming. That lake we just saw up in Appleton, definitely not frozen over.
Not frozen at all.
Which at some points the winter it might occasionally be, but not the case today.
Yeah, and we'll see that changing a little bit next week as we see that big drop in temperatures. Obviously, it takes an extended period of cold to actually freeze a body of water, but we don't have the extreme cold just yet, which is why we have the really wet and heavy snow still for the remainder of your Friday. And we've seen a lot of snowfall. Here are a couple of newer totals from the National Weather Service. I mentioned Menominee Falls, 8 inches, and that shouldn't say Tuesday, it should say Friday, but Menominee Falls, 8 inches, Hartford, 7.5, Fond du Lac, 6 inches, and 2.4 in Milwaukee at Mitchell International. Now, it is worth mentioning that yesterday we picked up 3.7 inches at Mitchell International with that quick clipper system that moved through. And then with Tuesday's storm, 1.7. So, nothing huge for Milwaukee just yet, but we have consistently added to our snowfall drought because we remember we had no measurable snowfall in December for only the 3rd time on record. I know we're making up for it now. Here's our view at the Marquette Interchange, looking very similar to the last time I showed you. A little bit of liquid on our camera lens here, likely snowflakes melting, although Milwaukee is one of the spots going forward throughout the afternoon where we could still see a little bit of wintry mix. It looks like visibility in a handful of spots inland has improved a little bit. It is obviously still very low, but an improvement. But notice places like Fond du Lac over to Sheboygan, down through Waukesha, still only a 1/4 mile to a 1/2 mile. Roadways have been messy all morning and midday. They are slushy. They are snow covered in many inland areas, but even near the lake, you're going to still encounter some slushy pavement. And that goes for driveways and sidewalks if your commute is more so walking and not driving. So really take those proper precautions. Grab those snow boots, your thick winter gear. If you're driving, be patient. And better yet, if you don't have to drive, don't stay in. Now, the wind is a big part of this storm system. It is not just the snow. It is off of the east and northeast now for parts of Sheboygan County. 15 to 25 miles per hour sustained. Still seeing wind gusts in a lot of spots between 25 and about 35 miles per hour. We could still see as the day goes on some wind gusts closer to 40 and even 45 miles per hour. Here's a look at satellite and radar where the snow is still very steady. Still some pockets of heavier snowfall where you're seeing the darker purples. So potentially near the Sheboygan area, parts of Waukesha County, maybe some stronger snow bands pushing in from the south right now across Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha County. Now earlier towards the south of the Wisconsin-Illinois state line, we did have a little bit of wintry mix near Lake Michigan. And I have heard from everyone on social media that near the lake in Racine and Kenosha, it's been kind of back and forth. That very well could still continue heading into the rest of the afternoon. But as that polar air moves in Friday night, tonight, it is going to change over to all snow. You can actually see that rain-snow line. Again, it's moving into northern Illinois as we speak. Now, these spots did pick up accumulating snowfall earlier this morning, so it's changing back over to rain right now. I mean, it's messy here, absolutely. That's just dreary looking off towards the south. But we're again on the northern edge of this. We have got the heavier pockets of snow and then the wraparound moisture on the back side of this storm system, that lighter white color indicating that the snow is much lighter. So we're going to still see the heavier pockets of snow through the night tonight, but then heading into tomorrow and even our overnight hours, it really will become much, much lighter. But in the meantime, plan on more of the same. The steady snowfall will continue. If we do see wintry mix lakeside, it'll be throughout our afternoon hours. So SkyVision, isn't really showing it right now, but the chance is there. This is 7 p.m. We start to see more of that northeast turn. That should really keep everything primarily snow, but the wind is going to still stay very strong. So low visibility, potentially near whiteout conditions, still a possibility. And then once we get that northwesterly flow, that'll also, in addition to bringing in colder air, bring in some drier air too, which is why Saturday morning we'll start to see a lot of this becoming, a bit more scattered, not steady. But really through Saturday afternoon, we could see some lingering light snow. And then the wind sticks around through Sunday too. So blowing ground snow could still be an issue throughout the day on Sunday. By Monday, the wind will gradually become lighter. We are still well on our way to be in that 8 to 12 inch range, and some spots inland will be at the higher end of that, especially since we are now starting to see those 7s as well as 8-inch reports, and we very well could still see anywhere from 2 to again, at least 5 more inches of snowfall. Lakeshore communities, again, still a little bit of a wild card, likely going to end in the lower totals, especially the Lakeshore, Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha, but that is immediately near Lake Michigan. Western parts of those counties, you're still in that 8 to 12 inch range. So we are going to continue to keep you updated with the latest. Again, it's just a mess out there. Don't travel if you don't have to. For now, though, we are going to check in with Lisa, who is on the snowy weather deck right now. Hi, Lisa.
I can tell you firsthand standing out here when this snow is pelting me in the face. It's not feeling great since our winds are picking up through the day. And I want to show you in my hands right now. Rob Hasswell made these snowballs earlier. It is perfect packing snow. Not great for a snowball fight. It is dense. It is heavy. It may be hard to get that top tier on your snowman if you're trying to lift it up, but it is going to be still a wet consistency as we're heading into the next few hours. We will start to see that lighter consistency. Steph's been also mentioning a little bit that will lead to more concerns for blowing snow as we head into tonight and tomorrow morning. But let's get to the roads right now, because that's one of the biggest things we are dealing with, was impactful roads that were covered in snow this morning. Of course, we're looking more out to the north, east, northwest areas. That's where we're having the orange, even some reds on there. Lots of accidents and very poor visibility is out in some of these spots. Where conditions are a little bit better, that is in locations actually that's closer to the lakefront. That is where we are seeing some of the green colors on the map, and that is going to lead us to having not necessarily clear roads, but better flowing traffic, because areas closer to the lakefront have seen less snow. They've had more of that mixture at times. Roads will be more slushy in those spots, but not necessarily covered. Where we are watching the covered roads and reduced visibility, that will be out to our west along I-41 as well as heading west on I-94. So if you are driving, please be cautious. The further north and west you go into the state, it's better to just stay off the roads today because we've already had so many accidents reported and very hazardous travel outside. Here's a picture though sent in from Linda. We can see the snow starting to accumulate on the tree branches. A lot of trees around the area look like this, but with the weight of the snow, that actually is allowing some of those branches to bend. This will be the same case scenario for power lines. Trees could easily snap along those branches and cause power outages. We've already been tracking many power outages across southeast Wisconsin, so it's not much in terms of what you can do to get it off the tree, but just prepare for a power outages. Have that safety kit handy in case you do lose power today. We're talking about the cold though, as we are still on the warmer side of things, if we can call it that. 35 in Milwaukee, but take a look to north and west of us. It is frigid. 8 degrees right now is the actual temperature in Duluth, Minnesota. -7 in Bismarck. And this cold air mass Steph's been talking about is coming our way. As we take a look at the wind chills, it's even worse. While our wind chills are in the 20s, not looking to be too substantial, we have wind chills almost 30 below in Bismarck. And again, this Arctic air mass is going to swoop in as we push into the weekend, really overtaking our area by Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. These colors are not changing much. We will get a little warmer on Thursday, but then another shot of some cooler temps moves in by Friday and heading into the weekend. So we have a lot to focus on. What we're talking about in terms of our wind chills is we have a pretty high probability right now, almost about 100% of having wind chills at least below zero, minimum wind chills. We're looking to have, again, over 90%, about that 95 to 100% range of seeing at least minimum wind chills 10 below zero. When we're looking at the 20 below zero, when things start to get a little more dangerous to be outside, we're hovering right around that 50 to 60% chance, and we still have a chance closer to 20 to 30% of seeing wind chills 30 below. So it is going to be chilly. We'll really start to feel the impacts of the wind chills come Sunday. That's when we could have double digits below zero. So a frigid start heading into next week. And then as we look at an overview of what next week could hold in terms of our wind chill trends, notice how we plummet the first several days. It is bitterly cold, not only with the Arctic air around, but the cool winds that we're going to have with us. That's going to make it miserable to head outside if you can even shovel anything. This cold air is going to freeze that snow on the ground, making it almost impossible to get these big chunks of what's going to be snow turning into ice off surfaces. So while it may not be great to shovel some of that off or clear off surfaces today, you will want to keep in the back of your mind that today and tomorrow are going to be the better days to do so before this cold Arctic air mass moves in. Steph and Carl, back to you guys in the studio, giving us all the updates of what's going on in the weather.
I'm definitely someone who sometimes procrastinates the shoveling, but maybe should not do that because it's just going to be a brick of snow then with the cold temperatures.
It is. And even I'm thinking, you know, with our kids, it's still okay, obviously, to go out and play in the snow, but it's not going to be as enjoyable
Brief moments of
as
time.
Today.
And then come back in for hot cocoa. Maybe.
Exactly, exactly. But today's the day. I mean, hey, it's a snow
true.
day.
That's true. Schools are closed.
I hope my kids are out right now. They're
And I guess tomorrow, you
at
could do
daycare.
that tomorrow then too. Take advantage of the snow before that cold really sets in next week.
Yes.
Keeping an eye on our neighbors to the south here. I believe that's the Field Museum down there in Chicago, Illinois. No, maybe?
Or is it the aquarium?
Oh, maybe if that's the angle. Yeah, you might be right there.
I don't know. I can't quite tell.
Well, I thought I knew my Chicago museums and notable sites.
No, you're
but maybe
probably
not.
right.
No, it might be the Shed. You're right. Either way, a bit of the skyline of downtown Chicago. I read something they were dealing with, maybe even thunder snow in parts of Illinois from the same similar system.
Yes, exactly. I think their moisture levels were maybe just a little bit higher than ours, which you need obviously a lot of moisture for some thunder snow. But what's really interesting, because in this picture, and you know, in the city, they're obviously going to see more mix than snow in general. But in northern Illinois, you know, my mom is just southwest, about 40 minutes southwest of Chicago. She shoveled 6 inches of snow this morning, and now it's raining.
Wow.
Because that rain-snow line is creeping northward. So
it's basically like coming towards us, but not quite there.
Exactly. We won't really see the rain-snow line unless you are lakeside, and even that looks to be a mix. But the snow, it has been snow in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I have not heard any reports of mix in the Milwaukee area. South, we're seeing Kenosha, yes, but just keep in mind in Milwaukee, remember on Tuesday we were talking about the snowfall ratio being about a 5 to 1.
Okay.
You know, when we have these 32-degree temperatures, a lot of times a normal is like 10 to 1.
Okay.
So 5 to 1, that's like water. It is like almost rain falling
Yeah.
from the sky, you know.
And again, that was Tuesday.
And that was
not
Tuesday,
today.
but we are seeing ratios like that in
really?
Milwaukee
Okay.
right now too.
Interesting, and that's Red Arrow Park, obviously, where usually you'd see some skaters out there. We have the Zamboni going at
Not
this
the
hour.
most pleasant day
No,
to be
not
out.
exactly.
You won't
although
be
maybe
able to see in front of you.
Maybe the coffee shop nearby is a more popular place today.
Visibility is clearly very low still across the area.
And the city of Milwaukee has been mostly shut down. Of course, schools, many businesses.
Yes.
The county has its snow emergency, which they made the decision to extend to tomorrow recently. It was already in place for today. And what that means for people who don't know, we throw out those terms frequently. Non-essential departments closed. The county courthouse, for example, was open today, but other places like health services were open. The city of Milwaukee actually made the decision to close their health department locations at noon, and you can certainly see why. Here are some of the other issues, serious ones that we want to tell you about. We've been tracking this for a little bit. Our Wisconsin DOT camera, this is I-41-45 looking southbound near Lannon Road. And this is just one of a number of issues we're seeing blocking the interstate I-41 and where it's combined with 45. So this is again near Lannon Road. Disabled vehicles and some crashes have exits and parts of the interstate closed as I zoom in here on our 511 site right now. Again, this is the traffic camera you're seeing. 4145 southbound is completely closed going in that direction at Lannon Road. That's because of a crash, and you're seeing some of that. I mean, it's a perfect example because you see the traffic camera almost covered by snow and ice. You can imagine what it was like driving in those conditions, and what I believe is a semi-truck there that's off the side of the road causing major issues. Traffic is being diverted right now off of 4145 southbound, then back onto the interstate near Lannon Road. But you're seeing the aftermath. That's why there are not really any cars in that area. And then honestly, if you go farther up 41, once you get closer to Fond du Lac, there's another major crash up there, 41 southbound at County B. All lanes closed going southbound, just again, south of Fond du Lac and Lake Winnebago area. So if that's part of your drive today, first of all, reconsider driving at all, but unfortunately, we're seeing the effects of that and have throughout the morning now into the early afternoon here in Wisconsin. Some of those tips from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation once again as we close in here on 1 hour of our Fox Local streaming coverage for you, and we'll be here through 4 o'clock when Fox 6 News at 4 takes over. Stay 200 feet behind snow plows. Be cautious on bridges, overpasses, exit ramps, and then avoid using cruise control as well, so you're in control. That's the more serious side. Sure. We also want to keep things light for you as well. Our wonderful Fox 6 viewers have sent in a number of photos from around the area, and we'll keep sharing them with you here. James in Waukesha Lake, look at that. I mean, you can see the snow piled up on, I think that's maybe a bench or a bush out there. You can barely tell what they're dealing with in Waukesha Lake.
Several inches of snow all across southeast Wisconsin. A beautiful view, of course. Barbecue anyone? Okay.
You know what? It's
Let's go out to McGuanago.
I'm sure someone somewhere is shoveling out a path to the grill so they can still have a steak or a burger.
I believe I saw a Green Bay meteorologist on social media had a path to his grill.
Very nice.
I'm sure that'll be the first thing that Terry shovels this afternoon.
One little path and then brush off the top.
To the grill.
And this is Linda who sent in this. Our front yard pines bending their branches under the weight of the snow. And unfortunately, that's why we've seen some of the power outages as well. Again, the weight of that heavy snow, although it looks very pretty for Linda watching from the window there at her home. If you want to share your photos with us, fox6now.com, the best way to do that. And there's a full photo gallery right there on our homepage right now. You can submit your photo, see some of the others from all around the area. We have New Berlin, Jackson, McGuanago, many more sites. Ooh, a wonderful snowman we'll have to get up from Twin Lakes for you. Again, on our website right now. We'll try to get that for you here on Fox Local. Speaking of Jackson, this is some of the snowfall video we got from a viewer sending in this morning. You can see those flakes and the snowblower going in the background.
Yes.
Probably working overdrive this week.
Those who have snow blowers are very lucky. Those who have to shovel, not so lucky.
I've always been proud of being a shoveler, but this week might make me want to reconsider a little bit.
I think we went through this last March too when we had a big snowfall. Did we get a snow blower? No. Wow,
Patio
that's a telling
season.
sign. Love this.
I mean, that is like a perfect cake dome.
It
look
is.
For that patio table and chairs
Wow.
out there. Some more images we're getting from Jackson. Glad you can have a little bit of fun with us here as we get through
Yes.
this together, right?
You know what? You have to find joy in a big winter storm. It's messy, obviously, out on the roadways between the wind as well as the high snowfall rates. The wind also causing problems with the fact that those trees are covered in snow.
Combination, yeah. And we have been tracking the power outages for you. We'll want to get you an update on those numbers. Many We Energies customers have been dealing with this already today. I'll look at the outage map here just momentarily. The numbers are coming down. That's the good news. We're sitting around 11,000 customers statewide, which is still a big number.
Sure.
But compared to what we saw earlier, that's a sign of all the work that the crews are doing out there. Milwaukee County remains the tough spot. 7,600, close to 7,700 people without power at this time. 2,500 in Waukesha County and Washington County, also over 1,000 customers without power. So the crews are out there. We did speak to Brendan Conway, a representative from We Energies, about what their workers are going through.
We have hundreds of men and women out in the field trying to get around quickly and safely, dealing with these outages, but we're seeing that heavy wet snow oftentimes coming onto large trees and large limbs, and that is coming into contact with our power equipment, causing power outages. We also, earlier in the week, when we had that first round of snow, saw a number of cars that slid off the road and came into contact with our power poles, causing long outages. So we'd encourage people and remind them, please do slow down on these slick roads. Outages are really dynamic, and each outage is a little bit different. So we do have, as I mentioned, hundreds of people out. We're sending crews around. Response times are probably going to be a bit slower today because our crews can only go as fast as the roads will allow, and they're always going to take safety number one. But that's why we encourage you to sign up in the app or go to the outage map on our website. We can actually give you individualized outage estimates. We can send it via text or email, phone call, through the app, however you want it. So that's probably the easiest and best way to get an update. But listen, we're not going to stop until everyone has their lights back on.
Good advice there. We've already heard from Milwaukee County's Department of Public Works on their snow response. Let's go to Waukesha County for what DPW in Waukesha County is dealing with.
We're going to get to a point where we thought we could catch up as much, and that's why we declared the emergency in Waukesha County. What that really means is we're closing the courthouse and the administration center at 1 o'clock. So it's shutting down right about now. The main purpose we were looking at there was to inform people to stay home if they can, stay off the street so we can keep them plowed, making sure that our employees were able to stay home. One of the challenges that we have, and one of the things that we have to balance is with our courthouse, we want to make sure those individuals that had a court date either can take care of it this morning or they can reassign it to another date to be more effective for them. So we've been working with our chief judge in the area to make sure we were able to get that accomplished, and that was kind of the one final factor to before we put the declaration in place. One thing to keep in mind in kind of the information that we were using on this, I just got this information updated from our dispatch center. We've had a total of 406 calls into our dispatch center that are weather related. 32 of those were accidents. 84 of those were vehicles in the ditch. We have had notification of 13 trees that have been downed in the county. There's more than that coming in. And then there's 4 wires down that we have where we've lost power. So it's one of the other areas that we keep an eye on and what's going on with our dispatch center. That's what brought us to the point where we wanted to declare the state of emergency. What I'm asking people right now is if you don't have to travel today, don't travel. Stay home, take care of everything you've got there. Please keep in mind that you want to get your snow off your roads or your driveways as quick as possible today, because the cold weather coming in as Saturday and Sunday is going to make it freeze, and it's going to be really hard to get it off at that point. While you're doing that, please don't clear your driveways back into the streets. If the plows have come through, they're not going to be coming back for a while, and that could freeze up and cause another hazard. So I will turn it over to Hans to give you guys an update on what's going on with Public Works, and then we can answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. We've got just an initial report of 7 inches locally. That's in the last 8 to 9 hours. We did have crews come out at between 3:30 and 4 a.m. We have 51 patrol trucks out plowing the state and county highways. We'll be out on the road until about 7:30, 8 o'clock. And at that time, we'll have a skeleton crew of 7 to 9 patrol workers basically patrolling the interstate system, making sure that there's safe travel on the interstate, the main corridors. As we indicated, we have several downed trees. We are starting to experience some hard pack, which causes kind of a rumbling effect on the road, and that is due to the rapid amount of snow so quickly falling that 51 trucks, they're keeping up, but it's a tough task to maintain that. We've had a long week here. We expect, or we're hoping that they're well rested and can maintain this, because we know we'll bring them back in the morning. It's a wind pickup, and this becomes just an elongated process here until it basically can hopefully shut down tomorrow morning or midday tomorrow.
Any questions?
I guess just knowing, Han, maybe this is for Hans or for Paul or whoever, knowing that there is this temperature drop coming, how has that changed operations throughout the day today? Do you do anything differently to make sure that you don't end up with the freeze on the road?
Yeah. So today it's basically just making sure that we get through those mains. Intersections won't be cleaned up today. We'll take care of that all tomorrow morning. Hopefully, because this week we've gotten now close to, we'll end up with 16 to 20 inches possibly, and there's no frost in the ground, so we'll have to be very careful of how we push back and open up the roadways, not to damage any shoulders or turf areas. And that'll be something tomorrow morning that might take a little more time to do, but depending on the rapid decrease of the temperature, we may have to switch our liquid system from the brine to a calcium chloride brine mixture, known as a hot load, just to kind of burn that off and accelerate any ice that might form under the snow.
The shifts, the workers are in the 51 trucks, they're doing 12 hours on?
16-hour shifts. 16-hour shifts.
What time did they start today?
We did a call out 3:30, so most of them were here by 3:30, 4 o'clock.
And just, in that time, just kind of walk us through a progression, because things have changed dramatically from 3 a.m. until just now.
Correct. We were trying to get ahead of it, and because of how rapidly it came in this morning, basically by about 7 o'clock, most roads were already snow covered, and the salt, we're not going to just put salt at it to try to melt it away. We're very cautious with our application, so we try to minimize what our application is, and therefore when it's heavy snowing like this, we mainly just salt curves, intersections. So that's one thing to be mindful for the traveling public, that most of the roadway might be a little icy underneath, but when you come up to those intersections, they should be fairly good, but be cautious.
That's the update from Waukesha County. A member of the Department of Public Works there giving us an update. You noted our own Brett Lemoyne's question specifically about how they changed their response because of what's coming temperature-wise.
Right, exactly. And I believe he mentioned they switched the brine to more of a calcium chloride, if I heard that correctly. That could help just speed up the process of melting so that there isn't a layer of ice in association with the snow,
there's really no time to waste. They have to get this cleared over the weekend before those temperatures drop early next week, midweek, basically.
Well, temperatures are going to drop come Saturday.
Okay.
I mean, Saturday we'll start in the 20s, and then we're going to be falling all throughout the day. And then Sunday's going to be our first day in the single digits. So really, I mean, it's a race, essentially.
I've only been anchoring with you all week.
It's fine. It's been a really long week.
I swear.
It's been a really long week.
It's more, I guess, the single digits catch my attention later in that 6-day forecast of yours.
Sunday.
Ooh, okay, that's going to be cold. Let's get out to Jason Calvi, who's keeping us warm with some laughs this morning, and two people who know a thing or two about moving heavy loads, and we're not talking necessarily about snow here.
Carl, yeah, we're really, it's kind of crazy because I want to show you what we're dealing with here. Getting my gloves on here. It is wet. It is sticking. Look at this person actually cross-country skiing. How you doing today? Good. Live on Fox 6. Cross-country skiing right here in Wauwatosa, enjoying the snow. We've got some walkers here. What's your first names?
Amy and Rachel.
And you're going out for a walk. I mean, what's it like out here right now?
It's a little windy, it's getting a little colder, but it was nice just to get out of the house and have a break.
Right. I work from home, and so it was nice when Amy came over and we said, let's just go for a quick walk. So here we are.
And what have you seen outside? I mean, we were driving around and saw people getting stuck in their cars, cars unable to move. We saw kids sledding down their driveways. What have you guys been seeing out here?
Well, we had the neighbor kids were out playing, making snowmen and forts and everything like that. So, but otherwise, I haven't seen much cars or anything out. I haven't been really out by then.
We were actually at a down by North Avenue, and at some of the businesses actually have a lot of business right now. People trying to get out of the house. You guys as well. Tell us about the condition of the snow. Is it easy to walk through? What are you noticing about the snow right now?
It's pretty thick, pretty hard to walk through. It's a little slushy on the bottom side. So if you get someplace that they have it plowed, walk on that. It's much better.
And get your shovels out. Get rid of this stuff before the freeze comes.
Yeah. Well, good advice. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We're live on Fox 6 Local here.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. It's beautiful out. It's nice. It's not cold yet, so get out while you can.
We've had months and months where we didn't have the snow, right? And now here we are, January. We finally got coverage here on the ground, and we're able to walk around in it. It's actually a pretty good workout as well, walking and trudging through the snow, right?
It is. It's a great workout for your legs.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
And we'll go skiing tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Enjoy. Well, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy, hopefully, a nice hot tea or coffee or something like that. It's definitely what I'm doing in the car here. I got a heated thermos and enjoying some hot coffee in between our live hits here on Fox Local. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So we were just talking with people walking around. We saw the cross-country skier. We talked with the power lifter, the Olympic lifter, the strongman about kind of technique for lifting up the snow to make sure that you're not hurting your back and putting a lot of pressure on your back. It is a workout. I mean, those people we talked with the last half hour, they're professional lifters. They lift weight. They were professional strongman, and they said, yes, it is still a workout. You got to warm up. When they lift those heavy weights, they don't just go and lift the heavy weight. They warm up to it. And of course, if this is something that you're not in the best shape, there are some warnings there too. The American Heart Association warns that after snowstorms and during snowstorms, people have died and had heart attacks during the lifting process of lifting that snow. So if you're not in very good condition, you might want to second thoughts about going out and shoveling, maybe get some help from a friend or a neighbor or snowblower, right?
Jason, your photographer read my mind. Sorry to interrupt you there, but the slow zoom in on the mail truck too.
Yes.
Never stop.
Always
right?
out. It doesn't matter.
Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night. Right there you go.
Carl, it looks, I don't know.
Well,
yeah, I got the mail truck right here. I'm not
Oh,
sure. You guys may have spoken a little too quickly here. The roads are hard. There we go. Okay, good. Yes, there we go. The mail will be delivered. Awesome. It is. I mean, I have to be honest with you. We did see cars having some struggles with the snow. So the plows have been coming through. We're here in Wauwatosa. You can see that the road has been plowed, but there's still.
And give us a sense too, because you mentioned North Avenue, so that would be a more main thoroughfare in Tosa. Are you kind of in one of the neighborhoods now? So that's going to be a lot worse for the road conditions.
Yeah, we're actually right in front of Roosevelt Elementary School right here in Wauwatosa. So we're in one of the neighborhoods. We're at Wright and 73rd here in Wauwatosa. But so the plows, we have seen the plows come through. But again, if you don't have if your tires are bald and you're driving a smaller vehicle, it's going to be tough to get through this. Trust me. I've had some difficulty if you have those bald tires. If your tires haven't been changed out in a long time, that's going to be a problem out here. Eddie, the photojournalist here, and I actually helped push a car. It was stuck in his driveway, couldn't get out. He was actually, I don't know,
kind of parallel or perpendicular.
He was stuck in his driveway. So, yeah, he was actually perpendicular in his driveway, so totally not what he wanted. So we helped get him out, and you're going to see that on the roads as well, the driveways. It is not easy to drive through this if you don't have the right vehicle or right tires, as these snow plows really try to clear the roads. But hey, if you can enjoy yourself, if you can get those cross-country skis on, go for a nice walk. It is very beautiful for sure here in Wauwatosa.
Jason, that driver needed the strongman you found just to push that car out of the way. No problem, right? Lift it up.
Just lift it up. You know he can do it.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
The techniques from the...
Hey, we can talk to you forever. You're bringing us a lot of laughs here this morning.
So he delivered.
There you go.
Zoe had the surfer.
Yeah.
Not only did we get to talk to Strongman.
We should start this stuff.
We're
playing
skier.
Wisconsin Winter Bingo. I'm going to start the board.
Perfect. Okay.
So we've got surfers, we've got cross-country skiers, we've got people out walking. I saw people jogging this morning. What else should we put on there? The grill? Someone grilling
yes,
out there?
Yes, someone
Okay.
grilling. A
I'll
mail
build the
truck
board.
getting stuck.
Mail truck, yeah.
On a
there
sad
you go.
note, but it's going to happen.
You get to the weather. I'll start building a
Okay.
board of stuff, and we'll see how we do.
Can't wait to see this. All right.
Wisconsin winter weather bingo.
Let's dive into the latest because again, we're having as much fun as we possibly can during our extended coverage, but this is a very big and messy storm system across southeast Wisconsin. Here are a handful of snowfall totals ranging from just over 2 inches to closer to 8 inches. Menominee Falls about 8 inches, Hartford 7.5, Palmyra I saw around 7, Fond du Lac 6 inches, although I did just see a viewer picture, I believe on Twitter, closer to 9 inches in parts of Fond du Lac County. Milwaukee only 2.4, and remember, we are still expecting our lakeshore communities, especially Milwaukee, Racine, Kenosha, to have those slightly lower snowfall totals. We still have snow falling in Milwaukee, but the lakeshore and Racine and Kenosha County, it's been a bit of a mix. Now, this should be our view of General Mitchell International Airport in Milwaukee. You can't see, the visibility is still very low as the snow continues at a very steady and heavy rate. Now, earlier this morning in Milwaukee especially, we picked up 2 inches of snow in just 1 hour between 6 and about 7 o'clock. So earlier this morning, there were a lot of spots that had 2 inch per hour snowfall rates. And even throughout the past couple of hours, we've seen 1 inch per hour snowfall rates. And that is still a possibility going forward. But heading down south a little bit more, this is our Carthage College camera. So obviously right on the lake. It looks like maybe a bit of slush on those grassy surfaces, high waves because of how strong the wind is, but overall, likely one of the spots where it is still more of a rain or a wintry mix with some wet snowflakes at times. Visibility has improved, it looks like, in some western communities. It's nice to see some 2s out there, 2.5 miles for Juneau and Watertown, but still only a 1/4 of a mile for Waukesha and West Bend, a 1/2 mile for Sheboygan, just below that, and Port Washington, Milwaukee, about a mile. Really no differences from the last time I showed you our road conditions map from the Wisconsin DOT. Just about everywhere, with maybe the exception of our main interstates, are slushy and snow covered and slippery. So if you do have to travel today, just take it slow. Allow a lot of extra space between you and the car in front of you. Don't put on your brakes right away. Make it gradual and give those plows space. They need time and space to really get their job done, right? Now, the wind continues to be very strong. Look at Sheboygan, sustained wind speed now up to 30 miles per hour off of the lake, so still bringing in some warmer temperatures to Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha County. Sheboygan so far has been primarily snow, but we're focusing in on these wind gusts. Wow, look at this, Sheboygan. This wind continues to ramp up. A current wind gust of 47 miles per hour. We have the chance to see these 45s to maybe even briefly 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, especially in this area, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Washington, Ozaki counties. And when we have wind gusts that strong on top of snowfall rates of 1 inch per hour, that's when we are talking near whiteout conditions, near blizzard-like conditions. So I don't expect it to be widespread and for a long period of time, but on and off, you could absolutely encounter zero visibility, which is just another reason why, if you don't have to be out, don't be. Here's a look at satellite and radar where you're seeing the darker purples. That is where it's indicating some heavier pockets of precipitation, snowfall across the Lake Geneva area and the parts of western Racine and Kenosha County. But now look at Kenosha, maybe a little bit of that rain mixing back in. Maybe some lighter snow right now towards West Bend and Ozaki County, but what's towards the south will continue to lift northward and still a bit on the heavy side for Fond du Lac, as well as parts of Sheboygan County. Zooming in a little bit more, we've seen this from time to time over the last hour of some rain mixing in south of the border. Now we're likely seeing that again across Kenosha County. All the way up to the city of Milwaukee, we do have the chance at times this afternoon, and then later this evening, all snow is expected because that is when the colder air starts to move in. You can see more of that rain off towards the south of us, that rain-snow line to the Chicago area and really right up to the Wisconsin-Illinois state line, really just south of that. In fact, even farther south across the southeastern parts of the U.S., severe weather is ongoing as well. We're on the northern edge of this. We've got the heavy snow. You can see it here locally extending into northwestern parts of Illinois. All of this will continue to impact us through the rest of the day today. But notice out west, the back edge of this storm system, much lighter snowfall. So as we hit those overnight hours and into the day Saturday, the snow will become much, much lighter. but the wind is still going to stay strong. Gear up for more snowy and more just very hazardous conditions as the day goes on. I will say snowfall rates on top of that very strong wind remain my primary concern, as we could still see in spots, closer to that 0 or quarter of a mile visibility. The steady snow will continue through the night tonight, but it will eventually become lighter. We will no longer see those 1 inch per hour snowfall rates, and then eventually become scattered Saturday morning. But through Saturday afternoon, we will still have the chance for at least some lighter snow, and the wind will remain strong all the way through Sunday too. So blowing snow will still be a factor Saturday into Sunday, especially with that colder air moving through and changing the consistency of our snow. It's still that heavy wet snow today, but tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, even when the snow isn't falling, that powdery snow very easily can be blown around, and it could be, more of that ground blizzard type situation. Well on our way to hit these snowfall totals. We already have 7 and 8 inch reports in some spots off towards the west, from Waukesha into Washington counties up to Fond du Lac and western Sheboygan County. So 8 to about 12 inches, still looking very likely. Some lesser totals lakeside, I think for the southern lakeshore especially. Number one, just because of the snow ratios right now, it is a very wet snow in Milwaukee, which means a lot of it is melting and then compacting. So we won't see as high of snowfall totals. And then Racine, Kenosha, the better chance for a little bit of that switchback from the rain to the snow. Just know the impacts stay the same for the remainder of your Friday, between the heavy snow, the very strong wind with gusts up to 45 miles per hour, the low visibility, and the really, really messy travel. So this is here to stay, unfortunately, for now. We will start to see some big improvements through our overnight hours, but then it's all cleanup by then. And that winter storm warning, just to mention, does continue until noon on Saturday. So that's the very latest from the studio. I'm going to send it to Lisa, who is in the weather office, with the very latest. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Steph. Yes, we are tracking more on the latest in terms of road conditions and travel, snow totals, and what's going to come our way within the upcoming hours. Breaking it down as we take a live look at the Marquette interchange. And we've been looking at this camera because it's a perfect example to show that visibility is extremely poor, especially as we're tracking some of these stronger winds coming into play, some of the heavier snow starting to fall down. Travel has definitely been reduced, not seeing much in terms of people on the interstate right now, which is good. In fact, some portions of interstates across the southeast Wisconsin area are even closed because we've had trucks and semis sliding, getting jackknifed, cars sliding off into the sides of the road. So it is really advised to just stay off the roads if you can for the rest of the day today. What we are looking at tracking, as I step off here just for a second, is the actual road conditions. That's what we are tracking as some of our inland areas, especially if you're driving north or south along Interstate I-41 or west on I-94. That's where we're having very poor visibility. A lot of the snow is covering the roads there. As we move closer to the lake, we have not as much in terms of the orange and red colors, but we are still going to have slower traffic now north of Milwaukee and even heading towards the lake. Visibility is becoming poorer in these spots. Even though the interstates are not as covered as our inland areas are, there still is going to be hazardous travel. And because we've had some warmer temperatures near the lake, that mix is going to make it a little more slushy on some of the roadways there. Everywhere we either have slippery roads or covered roads, and I anticipate that to stay through the rest of this event. We will start to get some of the roads cleared more so when the snow starts to taper off by tomorrow. But what we are tracking is just off to our north and off to our southwest, we have blizzard warnings. And while we are not in the blizzard warning, we're going to be close to that criteria. The actual definition for having a blizzard warning is you have to have some sort of snow falling or blowing snow. It doesn't necessarily need to be a lot. It could be just a few inches. But the fact that it is falling and or blowing, that is going to be reduced by visibility, at least, because we'll have strong winds. We're going to be tracking sustained winds or frequent wind gusts close to 35 miles an hour. That is part of the criteria for a blizzard warning. Visibility has to be a quarter mile or less, and we are seeing some areas at that quarter mile or less for visibility. But what we don't have is certain areas under all these conditions for at least 3 hours. While we will have periods of stronger winds, we will have periods of poor visibility, a quarter mile or less. We just need them to be consistent for 3 hours, which is what we don't have. So what we are tracking is, as this another round of snow is going to move in, I would anticipate near severe blizzard conditions for some areas inland and closer to the lakefront. That is key, and this is a prime example of what we're talking about. You can't even see General Mitchell International Airport in the distance. All you see is a blanket of white because the snow is coming down at a heavier rate. We're still going to be tracking those rates 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour, but the snow is going to very slowly change in consistency. Closer you are to downtown, we are seeing that snow almost coming sideways, and it still is a wet and heavy snow that's moving down right now. But as we continue to move through the day, visibility still looking to be very poor. Most areas are seeing visibility less than 1/2 mile. We are tracking the winds. The direction is going to be key. Right now we have gusts almost 50 miles an hour in Sheboygan. When those winds start to change more out of the northeast, that's also going to bring in some cooler air, and that cooler air can start to change our snow from this wet, heavy snow to some drier snow as we wrap up this event late tonight and into tomorrow. Some of that could be blowing, as Steph mentioned, so we're tracking that closely. Here's some of the updated brand new totals coming in. Sussex had 8.6 inches reported. Menominee Falls 8 inches. Slinger 7.5. Palmyra at 7 and 6.5 still in Sullivan. So our inland areas are certainly racking up those numbers, and as we expect snow to still be with us through the afternoon and evening hours, we're going to have a lot more to talk about and focus on. Again, the consistency is going to change, but winds will still remain strong, with blowing snow being a concern. Roads looking to be a mess as we are heading into the upcoming hours and tonight, so please stay off of them if you can. We're going to toss back to the studio where Carl and Steph are to give you more updates.
All right, Lisa, thank you very much. And also working to fill out our Wisco winter weather bingo sheet that Jason Calvi has provided so many for already.
Oh, wait, can I add one?
By all means, go to town.
A cardinal in the snow.
Oh, perfect.
You know,
yeah, that's for the birders out there.
We need it, right? Gino.
Gino, where are you? Send us in a picture.
Gino, I know you look at those birds out your window. Come on, deliver.
That's a good one. Yeah,
okay.
add that to the list.
I'll add that to the
If you have recommendations, reach out to us. I posted that on my Facebook page as well. Our Fox 6 viewers have sent in some great photos from around the area. This is Yorkville, Racine County, making us very jealous of your patio there, Alan. We want to invite. I know, great landscaping. Looks wonderful in the snow. Hopefully you're able to enjoy that not too far down the road. And then Waukesha, we're getting a view of things there. Unfortunately, also an example of the low visibility that you've mentioned out there. Waukesha is dealing with all kinds of things.
Snow-covered pavement you can see too.
Yeah, that's where we've seen a number of the power outages, the state of emergency for Waukesha County. Appleton, a nice lakeside view there from Eagle Court Memory Care. Thank you to Todd for sending in the photo there. Really beautiful with the tree kind of jutting out into the lake.
It's very picturesque. I love it.
FOX6Now.com has a full gallery up of viewer pictures if you want to send yours in like Jenna did, snowed in Cedarburg. And many of us will be for the next few days. There's a QR code. If you scan that, I think it takes you to our website.
I'm assuming.
Maybe. Who knows where it'll go.
Try it out and let us know.
It does go to our website. So if you want to do that, you can scan that QR code or just go to fox6now.com, submit your own photos. Thank you so much to our viewers checking us out here on Fox Local and all our different social media platforms. Closing in on 1:30 here, 1:29 to be exact. And we're having some fun, but also mentioning all the issues that come with this wet, heavy snow that we're dealing with, especially so much of it. And Stephanie's going to detail more of the snow totals momentarily. But we do want to get out to a professional in this. That would be Dr. Sandra Hunter joining us from Marquette University. Great to have you on with us, a professor of exercise science. We're going to get into just why it's so important to lift that snow, walk around in winter weather in a proper way. First of all, tell us where you're joining us from, what your snow day is like today.
Well, I'm in Brookfield at the moment, and it is white. It's actually quite pretty, but it's completely white, the window that I'm looking out.
Certainly, if you're watching from inside, much prettier maybe than if you're outside shoveling it. All of us are going to have to deal with clearing this snow. What would be some of your recommendations? First of all, I guess a little bit about your field of expertise, and then some recommendations for those of us having to clear all this snow eventually.
Yeah, sure. I'm an exercise physiologist and I'm director of the Athletic and Human Performance Research Centre at Marquette. I study a lot around response to exercise and training, but also some of the difficulties that occur with injury as well, which can certainly occur in the snow and ice in particular.
You certainly want to try to avoid that. Let's start with the snow. There's, of course, the saying, don't lift with your back, lift with your legs, bend your knees. Why, though, is that so important? What can it do to the body if you're not in that proper form?
Yeah, so one of the most common injuries that occur with snow plowing, and we have that on the screen right now, and shoveling, back injuries, particularly around the lower back and the shoulder and the neck, is because you put this enormous strain on these smaller muscles in the back. So lifting with larger muscles in through the knees and through the hips are much better. And if you stabilize yourself through your abdominals while you do that, you're going to be so much safer and save yourself some difficult injuries that I've even dealt with because of shoveling, particularly the wet snow.
One of the things I always notice myself personally when I'm out, I must favor one side or the other, because I'll always notice kind of those obliques, like one side will just be aching the next day, I guess, from kind of tossing things one direction versus the other. Do you recommend balance and trying to even that out as much as possible?
Oh, absolutely. Wide base of support, and also taking, it's sort of like this balance. You want to get as much snow in one sort of hit as possible, but taking smaller amounts and shoveling smaller amounts is probably a good way to go around about that. So you just don't put as much load through your back muscles, but you're certainly engaging your abdominals before you go to shovel, and also through the hips and the knees, and using those much larger muscles is really going to save you.
And it sounds like you work with some pretty high-level athletes as well over there at Marquette. This goes for anyone, though, right? You don't have to have a washboard six-pack abs to again, focus on those core muscles as you're out there doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to be really careful, and shoulder injuries can occur as well. So, but one of the other injuries that occurs with in the snow and the ice is falling. That's probably the most prevalent, as well as back injuries, and that can cause back injuries, as well as concussions and broken bones. But almost treating everything around ice and snow like it's black ice is really helpful.
Yeah, that's good advice. And maybe you can speak to that, just the force the human body takes when you fall. I mean, you think of it, you look at the ground, it's only a few feet away, but that distance, that gravity can really affect you.
Oh, absolutely. You can really hit quite hard, and even if you've got a bit of padding to you, and you can break hips, bones, and particularly if you fall in a difficult way. And usually these falls on ice occur when you're completely unaware it's just about to occur, so it can be really quite traumatic. But concussions, particularly if you hit your head, can be quite problematic.
Yeah, and potentially debilitating long-term as well. If you mind me asking, hearing the accent as well, where are you from, and were you a winter lover before you came to Milwaukee and had to embrace it here at Marquette?
No. Yeah, I'm originally from Australia, and we were very far from the snow. I then, when I came to the States, I went to Colorado, so I really had to learn how to deal with the snow, and I've been in the US for at least 20 years now. So
are you still in the deal with it phase, or have you become more of a snow lover being out at West and now here in Wisconsin?
A snow lover. I've embraced the winter sports, skiing, and just love it.
As you have to do,
you can't fight it.
course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, very happy you could join us here on our Fox Local stream. Thank you so much. Again, Sandra Hunter, an exercise physiologist at Marquette University, sharing some tips and some things to look out for, because all of us are going to be out clearing this wet, heavy snow. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day and get through the weekend all right.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Of course.
It's a pleasure.
And that's a good reminder as well, right, Steph? As we said throughout, embrace the winter weather as she had. Even if you're not from here, there's plenty to enjoy about it, plenty to make the most of.
Right. I would hope that a lot of people are getting excited now that we do finally have snow, and they can do some of those winter sports, because of course it's been lacking over
She spoke to skiing, our local ski hills, Little Switz, Sunburst, all the rest. A lot of it's been man-made. Well, now they get a whole lot of fresh powder out there.
I know they're happy with the forecast, that's for sure. But you know what we're still in the thick of this, and I have a couple new snowfall totals that I'll just ramble off real quick. I have, our National Weather Service chat in front of me. West Bend, 8 inches. West Dallas, 9 inches. And then Lake Mills in Jefferson County, about 6.5. I haven't seen a new total for Mitchell International, but as of noon, it was about 2.4. So remember, we are still expecting some of those lower totals in our lakeshore communities, but we only have every so often during the day updates for Mitchell International. So our next update might not come until about 6 o'clock. Well, we'll let you know when we get it, though. Regardless, it's messy everywhere. In fact, this is the view not too far north from us. Manitowoc looks very beautiful, but, you know, almost a very similar scene to what we have here in southeast Wisconsin. We will continue once again to have this type of picture here locally. In fact, I think this view of the Marquette looking almost a little bit worse than the last time I saw it. You know, notice still some moisture on the camera lens, lower visibility. That very wet snow continues to fall in the city of Milwaukee, and visibility continues to be reduced across much of the area. In fact, we must have a heavier pocket of precip moving through Milwaukee as we speak, because we're down to about 3/4 of a mile, right around 1/4 of a mile for West Bend and Waukesha, and 1/2 mile in Sheboygan. Visibility will continue to be a huge issue today, especially when you factor in the strong wind and just those high snowfall rates. You know, earlier this morning, we had snowfall rates of 2 inches per hour, and still going forward today, we could have at least about 1 inch per hour throughout your afternoon and even extending into your evening. So road conditions sadly will likely mimic what we have right now and what we've seen pretty much all throughout the day, even this morning with how quick the snow moved in and how quickly it accumulated. Really right off the bat, the roads were pretty messy, but not only are they slippery, they are snow covered in many spots. So if you don't have to be out traveling today, don't be, or limit how much you have to be out today. The wind will remain very strong with this event. In fact, even through Sunday, we're going to have some strong wind. Look at Sheboygan, though, a wind gust of 47 miles per hour. It is possible at times that we have these wind gusts between 40 and 45 and maybe even up to 50 miles per hour. It's not going to be for an extended period of time. It'll be periodic, but still, that once again combined with heavy snowfall is enough to potentially create, you know, whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. Looks like we have a dry pocket moving into Sheboygan County. Some good news there, maybe a little bit of a break for those northern communities where snow has been heavy. But those of us from Milwaukee and Waukesha over to Fort Atkinson South, where, you know, we do still have the snow and heavy at times. Also notice Kenosha, that there is likely some rain mixing in. Our Carthage College cam that I've been showing multiple times has really just shown rain at the moment. So immediately near the lake, we're seeing Kenosha County, and even up north into Milwaukee County, it'll be a possibility going forward today. The bigger picture, this is a huge storm. In fact, it's creating severe weather in southeastern parts of the country, and even south of us in Illinois, where this started as snow, it's now changed over to more of a rain or wintry mix. And that line, that rain-snow line, does extend into just about the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. Just want to mention that on the backside of this storm system, the snow is much, much lighter. So we'll get through the heavy stuff today, and then overnight tonight, it will become much lighter as the back end of the system makes its way on through. But for now, what we've been talking about all morning long, just take all those proper precautions. Stay inside if you can. It's going to stay windy. It's going to stay snowy. And roads are going to stay messy, especially when we have these high snowfall rates. Now, when it comes to consistency, the heavy wet snow will be with us today. But as temperatures plummet tonight and tomorrow, the snow is going to become a bit more powdery, which then blowing snow will remain an issue. More scattered activity Saturday morning, not quite as widespread and steady as what we'll have today. And then it will gradually end by midday or potentially Saturday afternoon, which means Sunday is looking dry, but notice that the wind will still be a bit on the strong side. So with that powdery layer of snow on top of the compacted snow, that's what we could still see blowing around throughout the weekend. At least 8 to 12 inches looking very likely across much of southeast Wisconsin. Again, we're already seeing those 9-inch reports, and this is going to stay pretty steady here through the afternoon and evening. The lakeside, a little bit more of a wild card. I'd say, you know, Milwaukee, Racine, Kenosha, and I mean miles away from the lake. It's still going to be heavy snowfall, but immediately near the lake, just some slightly lower totals because of how heavy and wet it is and because of that potential for a little bit of mix. Quickly, just want to go over temperatures because once again, the heavy wet snow is with us today today because of temperatures near freezing. But as we hit midnight, we start to see those 20s moving in, waking up to low 20s tomorrow morning. So we are going to feel this cold as soon as tomorrow. We're going to stay or hover in those low 20s throughout the day Saturday, but then drop even more by Sunday morning, likely only single digits for highs on Sunday. Plus Sunday is when wind chills will likely drop below zero as well. So it is, a really good idea to clear all of that snow. Do it in waves today. Obviously, it is that heavy, wet snow, so take frequent breaks. But really, if you can't get it all done today, definitely try and get it done tomorrow morning, again, when it comes to clearing the snow. So that's the very latest from the studio. Lisa, you are on the beautiful weather deck. At least it's beautiful, right?
It looks beautiful. It doesn't feel beautiful, I'll tell you that. It is chilly out here, especially when we start to see these really strong wind gusts, which you just missed. That snow pelts you in the face and it stings. And I have a couple snowballs here that Rob made earlier. These snowballs are heavy. It's like I can get my own workout lifting weights out here. It is going to be still a consistency of a wet, heavy snow. Perfect for packing if kids are heading out. Not great for a snowball fight. As we continue to look into some of the conditions with the current setup and what's to come, Steph touched on those temperatures a little bit. It's going to be shocking. Yes, while many areas are seeing snow right now, you might want to clear it off between today and tomorrow. Once the cold air sets in, that is going to freeze this over like a rock, which means if you have any snow on surfaces that you want to clear, it's going to be really, really difficult because it's going to just turn almost into a block of ice. We are seeing a lot of snow, though, across the region. Areas near Kenosha have that wintry mix, but we are tracking what's even more impactful. It's the roads. Our roads have been very, very slow in terms of traffic moving, especially if you're going to be traveling north or south on Interstate 41, especially west on Interstate 94. And if you are heading on Interstate I-43 southbound, that's where we're even dealing with some road closures. Yes, we have very poor visibility on some of these interstates inland. Snow is covering up the lanes. We've had a lot of accidents, so if you can, stay off of the roads. Closer to the lakefront, we have not as much of the orange color, still some green coming into play as we're looking in areas closer to the downtown metro area. Roads are still going to be not the best to drive on. Poor invisibility will be the bigger threats, but because we've had some warmer temperatures above freezing in these areas and that mixture of rain and snow, that's where we are tracking more slushy roads as the snow is kind of just melting or mixing on contact. Still going to be very slick, even though they may not be completely covered. So if you can, again, we keep reminding you, stay off the roads if possible. Here's a viewer photo sent in. This is from Linda, showing us how the beautiful trees are still carrying some very heavy snow. We see those limbs bending downward. I've even seen some power lines draping because of the heavy snow on them. And it's going to be very important with this event that you do prepare for the potential of power outages. When we have the snow draping on some of these branches of trees that can easily just add too much weight, it can't support it, and they snap. That's part of the reason why we've been tracking some of the power outages across the area in combination with the heavy snow and winds gusting close to 50 miles an hour at times. Winds will maintain on the strong side as we head through tonight. Current update, Milwaukee County has 6,700 power outages, give or take. Waukesha County has now really increased their amount of power outages to 8,500, and Washington County lowered them just a little bit at 1,000. So this is going to be an event where the crews are out trying to help restore power as soon as they can. Of course, with all the snow we're dealing with, that's going to make it very hazardous and tricky for them at times to get to some of these locations. So just be patient with them. Temperatures right now are ranging in the lower 30s inland, mid 30s Milwaukee towards Kenosha, but we are focusing now on the big chill that's on the way. Well, we are 35 in Milwaukee. Take a look at Bismarck. -6, and that's not including the wind chill. When we flip over to our wind chill values, we are almost 30 degrees below zero. This frigid air mass is going to be heading our way as we are pushing into the weekend. And really, it's going to take place as we head into Sunday, Monday of next week, Tuesday of next week, hanging on around Wednesday, maybe getting a little warmer, but another surge of cooler air will move back in by the end of the week. In terms of what it's looking to feel like, we are we're expected to be talking about some of our wind chills that are going to be in the double digits below zero. And in terms of the potential for having those double digits below zero, they're pretty high. We have over 90% chance of having at least minimum wind chills that'll be 10 below zero. We're hanging around that 50 to 60% chance of having minimum wind chills at least 20 below zero, hanging around close to that 20 to 30% chance of minimum wind chills 30 below zero. Of course, you can see that heavy snow falling in front of our camera. It is going to be kind of falling off some of these at least fixtures outside, so just take it easy. Back to the wind chills though. Sunday's wind chills are going to be the most impactful. Feeling like we could be negative 16 below zero, and again getting worse throughout the week, especially Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll start to feel a little bit better, but really all week long it is going to be frigid. Again, another reminder, well, you want to clear off that snow as soon as you can instead of having to deal with a big block of ice on your driveway, car, or wherever else it may be.
Lisa, thank you very much. And we're going to switch gears and switch tones, unfortunately, a little bit here. We have some sad news to tell you about. Just into our newsroom, breaking this afternoon, the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office has confirmed one snow-related death already today. The ME's office just announced this release, saying a 69-year-old man in Franklin became unresponsive while snowblowing in his driveway. That death is not considered suspicious. There will not be an autopsy performed from the medical examiner as a result. But again, a 69-year-old man in Franklin has died, and that happened while he was out snowblowing. So unfortunately, a very sobering, somber reminder of just how dangerous those conditions can be. This is wet, heavy snow. We do have some fun, some lighthearted moments with a snow day like this, but it can be dangerous as well. And unfortunately, it sounds like one person in our viewing area has lost his life as a result of being out in the elements and dealing with that wet, heavy snow. It's something we'll continue to follow for you here on Fox Local and also on Fox 6 News at 4 is our next newscast on air, as well as fox6now.com. And it is that combination, Steph, that we talked about throughout this stream as well as our newscast. It's heavy, it's wet. Maybe do a half shovelful, don't do the full amount. Again, take your time, take breaks. These are some of the tips that Milwaukee's Department of Public Works has shared to stay safe while we're all out shoveling, as we will need to do throughout the day and tomorrow. Don't shovel, blow, or plow snow back into the streets. That's coming from the Department of Public Works, because they'll come through and kind of push that back. And as it freezes, and you can speak to the temperatures dropping, that'd create almost like an ice wall for you at the bottom of your driveway or out of your alley. You should shovel your sidewalk and corners within 24 hours of the snow event. So you do have to get out and do it. But again, take your time. If you're feeling tired, if you're starting to feel lightheaded or something like that, take a break. There's plenty of time to get it all done. Another reminder to help out our firefighters in Milwaukee and throughout southeastern Wisconsin: clear the fire hydrant near your property. That is so important. If there does happen to be a fire, they need quick access to those hydrants. If they're spending time digging out a pile of snow, maybe a hunk of ice or something like that, that's going to take time from them being able to respond to that fire. And then clear snow and ice around your garbage and recycling carts as well. That's for down the road once pickup continues. We did get an update from Milwaukee County Department of Public Works earlier that they're actually going to use those garbage trucks, those recycling trucks later today. So right now they're still relying on those 100 or so plow trucks being out, clearing roads, putting down salt as well. But this evening, once they're done with garbage and recycling, they're actually going to use those trucks with the plow on front. You're probably used to seeing it in your neighborhood through the alleys to try to help clear all of those miles of roadways we have in Milwaukee.
Which is very normal to do during events like this. And if I can too, neighbors, if you have a snowplow, help out. You know, do a little extra and just check on your neighbors, especially the elderly, and you know, make sure everybody's doing okay.
Family and friends, give them a call today. Just look out for them while we're all, many of us, stuck at home. Absolutely. Some of the snow totals you've been telling us about in detail here, just remarkable and kind of from all over. So,
they are.
So West Bend, okay, we have been seeing these large totals up near Menominee Falls, but then West Allis, 9 inches right outside the city.
Exactly. So it really does depend, I think, where you're at first and foremost. But I do want to use West Allis as an example. You know, we were talking about the chance for mix, but that's right along the lakeshore. So a couple miles in, we absolutely could still see these high totals.
Versus, you just said to me, Mitchell Airport, still under 3 inches at least at last check.
Yeah, and that was a noon update. So we'll get a new one likely in the next couple of hours. But yes.
Man, someone who can speak to that is Brett Lemoyne, who gets out and about all over Waukesha County for us. Brett, where are you now? You look thrilled to be joining us here on Fox Local, sir.
Look cozy, though.
I can't ever hide it, Carl. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I'm thrilled to be doing this again this week. Unbelievable that we're talking about the third snowfall just in this week here in the city of Waukesha. We just are on Grandview Boulevard, not far from the Waukesha County DPW headquarters, and we got a debrief from the county here just a little while ago. Waukesha County right now under a state of emergency. That means all county offices closed today at 1 o'clock. The city of Waukesha also under a snow emergency. That means there is absolutely no parking on city streets. The city says Waukesha PD will be enforcing this in full tonight to make sure that all of the streets are clear so that the plows can get everything cleared off of the road. Now, Waukesha County is reporting as of 1 o'clock today, there have been 406 calls, emergency calls to their communications center, of which there were 32 accidents, 84 vehicles in ditches, 13 trees down, and 4 wires down. Right now, the county has 51 snowplows that are out on county and state roads at this hour. That is the entire fleet, all 51 trucks. And crews have been working 16-hour shifts since Tuesday. Carl, we were just out at the Waukesha County Airport last night, and they were telling us, just like county streets, there at the airport, they have been working nonstop to clear the snow. We're dealing with a lot of strong winds right now, as you can see the flurries flying here behind me, and that is causing a lot of snow drifts and a lot of issues out on the roads. Now, as I speak, I'm looking at Grandview Boulevard here, and we can see there's actually a snowplow coming our way just down the road. And right now, traffic seems to be at a pretty normal pace. Of course, there are far fewer cars out on the road because school's been canceled. Lots of businesses have closed today. Right now, the main concern is getting all of the roads clear before that deep freeze comes, and then everything will just be sticking to the ground. We were talking again with the folks at the airport yesterday, and they said they have to actually be strategic about where they put all of this snow, because what is falling on the ground and what has been on the ground all week is going to be here for weeks, because it is going to get very, very cold, Carl.
Yeah. Think about your grocery store, shopping mall, what you'll see, those snow mounds that last until it seems like June some years. Brett, thank you so much. Even when you're not exactly thrilled to be outside, you perform. What a professional out there for us.
We love Brett.
As is Bill Miston, who will check in now as we take you all over southeastern Wisconsin. Brett Lemoyne was speaking to the airport out in Waukesha. Bill, you're actually at the Milwaukee Airport, MKE, and what are the operations like near there?
Well, these operations have been going to try and keep the runway clear for planes to continue to land and take off. There are a number of cancellations that have happened, but work is still ongoing. As you can see behind me, if photojournalist Justin Boyes can push in on that, you could see that a line of plows equipped with brushes and blowers just made a pass on the runway and now coming back around here on the taxiway. This is part of all of the snow operations here at Milwaukee General Mitchell, and I'm joined with Harold Mester. He's a spokesperson with the airport. Can you take us through how long it takes to clear these runways to keep operations going, especially in a storm like this?
Yeah, so we can clear a 2-mile long, 200-foot wide runway in about 20 minutes, which is really impressive when you think about how long it takes you to plow your own driveway at home. But this is a lot of effort by the airport snow team, the ops and maintenance staff, to make sure that we can keep these runways clear. They're working 12-hour shifts with limited restroom breaks, but they've been doing a great job keeping us open today.
Give people an idea of kind of the dance that operations has to do with air traffic controllers, because you're trying to fit this in between flights coming into land or taking off.
Yeah, so we're Milwaukee County employees, but we work with the federal employees in the control tower to make sure that we time these brief closures of the runway in between arriving aircraft so that we minimize the impact on the airlines who are trying to get their flights in and out today.
there have been cancellations of flights, whether inbound or just on other legs of people's trips. How has that side of operations been going? And obviously these storms across the country are affecting flights coming in and out, not just here in Milwaukee but elsewhere.
Yeah, great point. Weather in other cities can cancel flights from our airport. And our best advice if you're flying this weekend is to keep in touch with your airline. So sign up for those text alerts or your airline mobile app so that you can get the flight details for your exact flight, or if you're picking someone up.
All right, and as you can see, these crews coming back here on the taxiway, you can see a blade, massive blade on the front of that truck, followed by a broom and a blower. They're coming back on the taxiway, and as Harold said, it takes about 20 minutes to clear the runway, and we've seen planes coming in and landing and taking off so far. So as you can see, operations still a go here at Milwaukee General Mitchell. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
And Bill, I can pass along a big thank you from two of my friends to that gentleman and all the crews out there. It's impressive to see the operations. They were lucky enough to get out this morning. They had to taxi for a little while, had to de-ice multiple times, but they were one of the flights that actually did make it out. There have been, I was just looking, about 50 or so cancellations inbound, about 50 outbound today. As that gentleman spoke to, could be weather in other areas as well as what we're getting today, but quite the operation. People hard at work trying to keep as many flights as possible going up in the air and come down safely.
Such a great airport and such great workers there. So really a huge thank you to all of them there.
And maybe they're thankful that they're close to the lake today. Sometimes that's tricky for them. Today they maybe benefit from some of the snow totals we're seeing inland.
Definitely.
Let's get you back to some of the, here we go. It's not a cardinal, Steph, but
it's beautiful.
It's close. It's close. This is Sarah checking in from Campbellsport, our great viewers who have shared their photos with us on fox6now.com, and we can share them with you here on Fox Local.
I think that one is a chickadee, maybe.
Oh, hi, Eric Mangus.
I know.
I didn't know you came in here today.
I'm channeling my Mangus because you know what? I'm pretty sure, although they might be smaller, I'm pretty sure we have him on the weather deck all the time, and he knows their call.
I'm letting my mom down. She was a birder like Eric and like our Gino Salamone are, but I did not pick up very much. So we'll just go with that.
I think they're pretty.
Or correct us if you're watching Fox Local right now. Please send us an update. It's great to see those photos, though. The birds making the most of it out there. We also have to give a shout out to, I want to make sure I get Jenny, who's watching our Fox Local feed, enjoying our winter weather bingo, and sending in some additions to this as we see another great picture. Oh, this is great. Caption, awesomeness
Love
from
it.
Chris in the town of Barton. You know what? That patio table is going to be cleared off in no time. Or maybe just pop down a Miller Lite right in the middle.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, hello. Now, is that Sarah? Oh, no, Sarah took the picture.
Yes.
Joking, of course. Sarah checking out the wildlife in Campbellsport. Great to have you on here with us. The squirrels making the most of it. I hope they stocked up on plenty of acorns and nuts for the winter months.
Me too.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is Burlington.
Yeah,
Aaron in Burlington.
With the wind chimes, they're probably getting to work out today. Looks like maybe left the lights up, which I love with the snow in the background there. This is stunning.
See, this is fun.
Viewers.
You get to see everybody's backyard.
Their snow days as well and what they're doing to enjoy the day off for many. The schools, the businesses closed. But yeah, shout out Jenny who gave us some suggestions for Wisco Winter Weather Bingo. She added one that is near and dear to my heart. Someone in shorts. Because it's Wisconsin.
Absolutely.
And you know someone is out there today in shorts. So that's on the list. Dog walkers and some others.
Yes.
If you're enjoying this, please send us in on Facebook or something and we'll add it to the list. But thanks for watching, Jenny. Hope you're having some fun with us hanging out here. You got to do it. Now, do we cross off the cardinal square or are we
I think we need that very perfect bright red cardinal.
All right. We're holding out.
I think I need to message
you. Have
Gino.
Standards and you hold us to it. I appreciate that about you, Steph. We do want to keep you updated on the roads. Of course, this is the big issue with the snow continuing throughout the day today, well into Saturday and maybe even Saturday afternoon. I-94 at Chase Avenue, you see a semi pulled over there, blocking parts of the shoulder. Thankfully, it doesn't look like too many cars on the road, so not really slowing things down in that area. There is something to tell you about right now, and unfortunately the camera is down in the area, so we can't show you this, but 43 northbound is closed in Waukesha County, and that's because of a jackknife semi near Wisconsin 164. So this is down near Muskego in the Big Bend area. 43 going northbound is closed there beyond the ramp from Wisconsin 164. They're trying to get that jackknife semi off of the highway. And again, this is another truck you're seeing having some issues, I-94 and Chase Avenue. Avenue. Elsewhere on our DOT cameras, 4145 going north near Menominee Falls has been a real issue. A number of different disabled vehicles and some crashes. Looks like they've cleared some of those, but something to be on the lookout for. It's really the combination, right? As we show you a perfect shot, the tower camera is moving around because of the wind here at National Avenue and I-94, but you also see the snow and some of the ice and slush built up on the lens. Rawson Avenue, thankfully, most people not on the roads, and good to see a fair amount of pavement, actually. That's actually an encouraging sight, and kudos to our plow crews that have been out keeping those interstates and main areas clear. Howard Avenue, again, there are cars. It's been steady with them on the roads, but with schools closed today, those decisions came in either overnight or early this morning, and some of the other decisions businesses made. That's good to hear. It is 2 o'clock. We are rolling right along here on Fox Local, and we'll be through 4 p.m. when Fox 6 News at 4 takes over both on air and here on Fox Local. We want to share again some of those winter travel tips from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You should stay 200 feet behind a snowplow. You should be snowplow. Almost said snowflower.
It's been a long day.
We've been talking a lot for the morning. 200 feet behind a snowplow, please. Also be cautious on those bridges, those overpasses, exit ramps, and you should not use cruise control when it's nasty weather like this. You want to be in full control, not relying on the car, so you can respond as quickly as possible. I know we talk about this a lot, especially during winter in Wisconsin, but why are the bridges and the overpasses such a concern? They get especially icy. You'll see those warning signs as you're driving and approaching a bridge, but it's because they don't have the ground under them?
Correct. They're elevated. There's more air that passes below them. They're not warmed by the ground below. So those really will be your problem areas, even as the cold air moves in and, you know, the snow as it ends Saturday. You'll still need to watch out again for those ramps, the overpasses, because they could easily become slippery. And also when things start to melt as we warm up, that's something to keep in mind.
And again, give those plow trucks plenty of space. The Department of Public Works in Milwaukee County, they're working 12-hour shifts.
Right.
So they are going pretty much throughout the day for our benefit, trying to keep those roads clear. Here was an update from Milwaukee DPW just earlier this afternoon.
We have 100 salt trucks out right now, or as we call them, they're sensors. Plow blades are mounted. You'll see them on the streets right now. We've seen less snow in the downtown eastern parts of the city as we have seen on the west side. I think there's like 3 to 4 sitting on the streets right now. Our garbaging and recycling facilities, our operations had started 1 hour early today to get all the recycling and garbage picked up so we can transition those vehicles this evening to help with the cleanup, because we're supposed to see another 6 inches of snow from what we're seeing. Residential streets were pre-treated last night in anticipation of the storm and the cold temperatures coming in, so it lasted us all the way until about 5 o'clock this morning before we started seeing some accumulation. We continue to have our mains passable. When I say mains, that's your arterial streets, your main thoroughfares through the city. We're focusing on them. As soon as we have those open and clear, we're going to transition to the residential areas. As you've seen in past snow operations that we've done recently, we're staying away from the parking lanes on the arterials, moving into the district so people can move onto those main areas and then coming back out. So when you see a roadway that's not fully plowed, we're keeping the lanes open, we're going to come back. 100% of the city will be plowed. Again, I can't express this enough. This storm is, right now it's a little wet and messy. Drive slow, take your time. There's no reason to rush around. I know a lot of our surrounding communities are closed. A lot of facilities in the local area are closed. If you're trying to go somewhere, take your time. I would prefer that, you know, as many cars as there's possible to stay off of our streets. But just be careful. This is the largest snowstorm we've had in quite some time, and it might be unfamiliar to a lot of people. So just please be patient on the roadways.
Good advice there for sure. Be patient on the roadways, and I'll add to that, stay home if you can. As we take you around southeastern Wisconsin here, our first big week of winter weather, and this is round 3 already in 1 week. This is some of the wet and heavy snow coming down in Oak Creek from earlier today, and you can imagine how much has been added to that in the hours since this video got sent in. We dealt with it Tuesday, we dealt with it Wednesday, and the biggest one of the bunch today into tomorrow. Well, here's a positive spin on things. Snowball making weather in Brown Deer. That is very true. We get a little bit of a measurement that I'm, again, sure needs to be updated. Yeah. The unofficial snow stick there, not the Fox 6 snow stick.
You know, you could add that to bingo, a ruler picture.
I like that. Okay, let's do it. I'll add it right here. We'll do this square, ruler picture.
It is beautiful snow, absolutely, but we know that it is making for very messy conditions out on roadways, and a reminder that it's that heavy, wet snow.
Yes, indeed.
You need to be careful as you're shoveling.
We just got a surprise guest in studio. studio. One
do.
Stephanie Grady coming to take over the reins here on
I've
Fox
arrived.
Local. She has arrived. We'll let her get set. Whenever you're ready, Steph, you can take over here. We're rolling through till 4 p.m. On Fox Local, and then we'll switch gears over to Fox 6 News at 4.
Yes.
I think that's it for me, Steph.
That is it for you. Good
It's an honor
work.
working with you, as always.
And enjoy.
Steph, you want me, Grady? This is confusing. Steph Barcella, Steph Grady. You want me to
It's
leave
going to be
you?
the Steph show here.
Okay,
in a
here we
moment.
go. We've been working on this. Wisco Winter Weather Bingo.
I've been following
We
along,
got
you
some
guys.
squares
I've been
filled
watching
out.
on Fox
Okay.
Local, and I heard the cardinal, and I agree with you, Steph. That was not a cardinal.
No, it wasn't.
I saw
All right,
one in
it
my
doesn't-
backyard today. and I
Right.
should have taken a picture because it could have made onto our bingo chart there. But
maybe for Steph, we should
sorry.
add ice skaters.
Oh,
Although
yes.
it's, no one's going to be
Yeah.
ice skating on
Pond
a day like
hockey?
today.
I mean,
we
you
do that?
could. Might be a little melty though,
Might be a little
honestly.
rough.
Because even the
Okay.
puddles in my backyard were a little sloshy. I have to say, there's a lot of mud on my kids' snow.
Yes, yes. It's been an interesting day depending on where you're at. Let's dive into weather though, and I'm just going to look through a couple more snowfall reports. These are very high reports already, and remember, we got to get through the rest of the afternoon and evening, so we're easily going to see, I think, a foot in many spots inland. But we've got 7.1 inches in Oconomowoc, 8 inches in Twin Lakes. That's a big number for western Kenosha County, just north of the border there. So even though the lakeshore's been a little bit of a mix, Twin Lakes 8 inches, 9.7 in Menominee Falls, 8.5 in Brookfield, 7.5 in Germantown, and a couple of earlier reports we have on this graphic here for you. So Sussex about 8.6, Menominee Falls about 8 inches, Slinger 7.5, Palmyra 7, and Sullivan about 6.5, and a couple of those have already been an hour, so likely even higher totals. Lakeshore community is a little different. The only total we have for Mitchell International was back around noon, and that was 2.4 inches. So obviously that's very old and out of date, and we'll continue to bring you the latest totals as we get them from the National Weather Service. One thing that's been consistent is this view of Mitchell International Airport. Once again, the visibility is still very low as we try to look at the airport. And even here, looking at the Marquette interchange, visibility has been low all throughout the day. So just, again, if you don't have to be out traveling, just stay inside, stay cozy, stay with us here on Fox Local. Visibility, again, is very low. Sheboygan, half a mile, West Bend, half a mile, quarter of a mile in Waukesha, just above that in Port Washington, and even Milwaukee down to about a half a mile. And visibilities fluctuate absolutely as we see some of the heavier pockets of snow move in, and then it becomes lighter and becomes heavy again. But it's been messy all throughout the day. The snow started just after about 4 o'clock this morning, and unlike Tuesday, it started off very heavy. So we saw quick accumulation, snow-covered roadways, and still this map looks the exact same as the last time I showed you. Slippery and snow-covered pavement, and maybe aside from your main interstates near Lake Michigan, everything inland is pretty much snow-covered. Then we need to talk about the wind, because that combined with snowfall rates of 1 inch per hour, which we have seen in the past couple of hours, could create those near zero visibilities at times. Current wind gust in Sheboygan 44 miles per hour, but earlier it was 47. So going forward, we do still have the chance for wind gusts to be approaching 45 or maybe even briefly 50 miles per hour. It looks like we have a little bit of a dry patch from southern Sheboygan County through West Bend into parts of Dodge County, but everyone else for the most part, still seeing that steady and fairly heavy snowfall, likely still back and forth near the lakeshore in Kenosha, as well as Racine between the rain as well as the snow. But in Milwaukee, it has been snow, just a very wet snow. That consistency is not quite as wet inland than compared to the Milwaukee area. So that alone will keep our snowfall totals down in the Milwaukee area, with the fact that we're likely seeing some melting as well as some compaction. South of the border, we've had a little bit more of a mix, especially near the lakeshore just outside of Chicago, and north just a little bit more. It's just a reminder that we could still see that in the coming hours, but primarily along the southern lakeshore, really not seeing that north of the Milwaukee area. The bigger picture here showing the low pressure itself off towards the south of us. Look at Illinois, a good chunk of the state now dealing with rain and heavy rain, but northern and even parts of central Illinois started off with accumulating snow this morning. So even messier, in some southern spots because of the fact that it's now changing over to rain, and I'm sure just making things very sloppy. Now that rain snow line will stay south of us. It's just those southern lakeshore communities that could see the mix. Notice how we have some heavier pockets of snowfall too in northwestern parts of Illinois. You know, that's going to circulate its way up here too. So once again, we could still see those 1 inch per hour snowfall rates heading into the rest of the afternoon and early evening. Now off towards the west though, this is a positive sign. The far edge, the back edge of this storm system, you can tell that the snow is so much lighter. So we'll get through the rest of this afternoon and evening, and then overnight tonight, the snow will become much lighter and then stay light heading into Saturday. But gear up for more of the same the rest of this afternoon. Very strong wind off the lake could have those wind gusts closing in on 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour. That could create very low visibility in spots. So now snow will stay steady through the night tonight. It's not really until early Saturday that we start to see it becoming a bit more scattered. Even as snow ends on Saturday, we could still be dealing with blowing snow because the consistency is going to change. It's heavy and wet today, but as that cold air, as we've been talking about all day long, moves in by later tonight, that snow will become a bit more powdery. So even crossing into Sunday when we will dry out and there will be no snow falling, that powdery layer on top of some of the heavier wet snow could be blowing around still with wind gusts in that 30 to maybe 40 mile per hour range. So we're not going to shake the wind, unfortunately, until early next week. Right now, it is very likely we stay in this 8 to 12 inch range, although at the rates we're going, I would not be surprised if we saw a few more spots just a little bit higher. And again, those lakeshore communities will be a little bit lower, especially the southern lakeshore. You know, I'm not really concerned with the northern lakeshore, Sheboygan into Ozaki counties. I think you guys will once again pretty easily reach those higher numbers. Now, when it comes to temperatures, once again, today we're going to hover around freezing, but notice tonight, that's when temperatures really begin to drop. We're talking low 20s by the time we wake up tomorrow morning. So that is your reminder that we are really going to see an Arctic air mass moving in, and you need to clear that snow in waves, of course. Take your time throughout the day today and by tomorrow morning, because otherwise it's going to become very messy or very icy, I should say, as we head into the weekend.
And I can attest to how heavy that snow is. I honestly don't think, and my first job was in Erie, Pennsylvania, and we used to get lake effect, like 26 inches in a 24-hour period one time. I have never felt snow this heavy. We were trying to make a snowman in our front lawn this morning, and we couldn't lift the middle part of the body up to get it onto the, didn't matter how hard we tried. So yes, heed the warnings, be careful, take breaks. I was out there like huffing and puffing, like stopping for a second, you know, so happy to be with you here on Fox Local. It is the Steph Show. We're going to be on with you until 4 o'clock, until our newscast takes over on air, of course, as well as on Fox Local. But my co-anchor, Ben Handelman, he is driving on the roads right now. I think we have him on the phone if we can talk with him for a moment here. Ben, how's it looking?
I'm crashing the Steph Show.
Thanks, Ben.
That's okay. You're allowed to crash anytime. You know, honestly, the road, tell me where you are. It looks like you're on Lake Drive. It doesn't look all that bad. I see lots of pavement out there.
Wow, Steph, you know you're North Shore. Lake Drive, just crossed in the Fox Point from Whitefish Bay. I'm traveling north. This is literally as close to the lake as you can get on a road. So I don't know what the roads look like out west, but I know right here along the lake, sloppy mess. Do you ever see it during Wimbledon when they have those rain delays and they have to like get the grass dry and they've got these squeegees? I just saw someone with a shovel doing that in their driveway. It was just looked like a pile of water was coming into the street. That's how wet and slushy and nasty this is right here along the lake. And as this has fallen throughout the day, and you guys can probably attest to this, it's kind of melted here in the North Shore. So it just turns into a slushy mess because the temperatures are hovering right around freezing at 32 degrees. And so it hasn't really piled up as this stuff has been falling. It's just been slushy and nasty.
And that's how it was when I was clearing my driveway, Ben, is that once I got that first layer off, because I'm sure it was chillier this morning when that initial batch first fell. Once we got that first layer off, which I'm really bad at measuring, I would say maybe 3 inches. I'm not really sure, but of course it was like a foot at the end of my driveway because of the snow plows coming through and just creating that barrier. But once we got that main little bit off, the rest of it just kind of kept melting as it was falling, which I was happy to see because, you know, less work for us, obviously. But Ben, and I don't know if we both live in the North Shore. Steph, I know you live in the North Shore too. Our lights started flickering this morning around 8:30, and I was like, no, it is way too early for that to be happening. And we are seeing a lot of power outages out there, and the tree limbs, I mean, you can see why. They're just kind of bending in half because of the weight of the snow. Ben, did you have any flickering at your house?
No flickering at my house that I noticed, but I did go out onto some of the side streets today, and I did notice branches have come down with this. Luckily, where I saw it was kind of small branches in the road. I didn't see any big trees down, but not surprised by that. Right now I'm in Fox Point, if you're just joining us. I gotta say, the roads have actually improved from where they were this morning. I think as the crews have been out, they've been able to throw some salt down. It's been effective against this snow. As you can see, I'm seeing all pavement right now, and I've had no issues, especially on the main roads like Lake Drive here, slipping and sliding. I'm going pretty slow. I'm not going very fast. And just so you know, this is a first for me. I have wedged my phone on my dash so I can be hands-free here. So if it falls down or the shot looks weird, sorry, but I've just wedged my camera in here so I don't have to look at it. So if I do need to do some winter driving moves, I can do it here. But you know what I did see today, guys, and I think it's a good reminder? Somebody right on Port Washington, they didn't take the snow off the roof. And sure enough, they came to a stop and they had to stop their car because all of the snow slid down onto their windshield and blocked their view. They just had to stop. They were stopped right in the middle of Port Washington Road in Glendale. So please take the car off the roof. It's going to slide off and do some terrible things to either you or the guy behind you on the highway. Good reminder there.
Our Bria Jones last night did a story all about the winter pet peeves, and that was one of the biggest ones, is that people don't fully clear off their cars, and then it starts impacting other drivers. I mean, they could be going pretty fast and it goes flying backwards, and all of a sudden the person behind them is blinded. So that's a great reminder, Ben. And by the way, your vantage point is great. However you have that phone set up, well done.
I'm not going to move it.
Looks
Just
great.
within the Bayside, I will say, road's a little more snow covered here in Bayside as I move up. I'm coming to you guys. I'm coming to Brown Deer.
All right.
Get ready for me.
Take your time.
Yes, we will see you shortly, Ben. Thanks so much. It was the intersections, I have to say, that were the worst. But there's a lot of people out there having fun in it, including our own Jason
FOX6,
Calvi,
yeah.
who has 4 children of his own. So, Jason, I know you know how to have a good time out in the snow.
Try. I mean, but first of all, get your breath out walking up this hill. Eddie, photojournalist here, can you show them the hill we had to walk up? You can see this is Dewey Hill in Wauwatosa, and you can see dozens of people coming out here. Schools are out today. It's a snow day, so people are really coming out to enjoy the snow. You got some older, looks like some teens here coming up. They've been making some ramps to come down. You can see the group right here with the ramp. But yeah, this is Dewey Hill in Wauwatosa, and dozens of people coming out to enjoy the snow day. What better way to do it than to come out here and go sledding? Catching my breath after walking up this hill now. Wow.
Jason, I'll give you a moment there to catch your breath, because I know how that is, especially as adults. You're like, oh, I can do what the kids are doing. And then you get about 5 feet up and you're like, hold on a second, I need a little bit of a break. Because it's tough to walk in. I mean, my 2-year-old today would take 2 steps, yell to me that his feet were stuck, start crying, and then face plant.
Right.
So, you know, it's not. So it is very sticky. It's tough to walk in. But man, that looks like a good time, Jason.
Totally a great timing. People are loving it out here, and you know, it is cold, but when you're doing this walk up the hill every 5 minutes, you kind of get a good workout going, and really don't need to.
All right,
now,
let's
is
see
Eddie
it.
going to fall, or am I going to fall first?
Let's see it. Come on.
Here we go. I'm not going over the
Center
ramp
of
there. but
gravity in the
hopefully I
middle.
don't- Oh, watch out.
Hold those abs tight. Oh gosh, don't take out the kids. No, don't take out the kids.
Okay, almost had a call there. Woo.
Oh, success.
You made it to the bottom without impaling anybody.
Made it to the bottom. Dewey Hill in Wauwatosa. And we'll go back up. Yeah, so this is pretty thick here when you're walking up with the snow. Get a good workout. And we spoke a couple hours ago with the power lifter, strongman, Olympic weightlifting couple. And they gave us some tips about how to deal with the lifting aspect of the heavy snow, but there's also the walking through it, which is this great cardio exercise that we're getting here as well. The powerlifting part of it, building up those muscles. They gave us some tips for that. We'll show that coming up at 4 o'clock on FOX6 News. But for now, we're enjoying the snow out here in Wauwatosa. School's closed, and we'll see if we can get down a little bit more here.
Are you soaking wet? I have to ask Jason, because when I was out there today, we were drenched. I mean, through and through. The boots were completely soaked through, everything, because it's just that wet, heavy snow. I think he's having too much fun. What do you think?
So too. Okay, don't tuck yourself out too much, though, because I'm sure your
This is
kids are
great.
going
This
to
is
make
awesome.
you go
Thank
down.
you.
All right, Jason Calvi, we'll let you go here. And Eddie Poser out there in Tosa. Man, they're having a good time out there.
You know his kids are going to make him go sledding, so
He's
is
a big,
getting
He
his
did it for hours
workout
today.
in.
All right, Ted Perry joins us right now. Ted, typically you have Fridays off.
Yes.
There is Piper.
I do.
And you are dry
Yes.
inside. What are you What are you doing?
Well, we're not going to be live for long. Let's go for a walk. You want to go for a walk? Look how excited she gets with that. All right, you guys want to go for a walk with us? See how the conditions are?
Let's see.
All right, let's do that. I'll
Piper
try to keep my
enjoys
breath.
the snow?
I have an asthma. Oh, she loves the snow.
Okay, good.
She loves the snow. Let's get off of me and onto her. All right. Let's take you on the streets. I know Ben has told you about the streets of Whitefish Bay. I'm going to take you on the sidewalks of Whitefish Bay. How's that sound?
Sounds
Excuse
like a plan.
all the-
And I just will warn you
All
that
right, here we go.
had our dog outside today.
Yes.
And our house
Yes.
now has a lovely wet dog smell
Oh.
because she too
Yeah, of
was
course.
soaking wet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the process, right? So I haven't cleared anything yet because I'm not sure how, guys. I don't know if I should shovel this. It's pretty heavy. Or if I should use a shop vac because it's pretty wet.
That's a good point.
And I almost feel a shop vac would work pretty well. As we take a walk, high school is closed here. I was downtown at the businesses on Silver Spring. Sendex is open. Fortunately, Hounds around town, so I gotta give them a shout out. This one needed food, so they were open. But look at this underneath. It is a mess. It's gonna be hard to clear. And it's just lousy out. So this is the way you really want to see the streets. Pretty empty, right?
Mm-hmm.
I heard you talking about Dominic. I could see how a young kid could get, I mean, this is not great sledding weather.
It's like concrete.
Either. I'm surprised I'm surprised Jason was able to get a good run in down there.
I mean, listen to him just sloshing
it is
around.
still-
But also listen to the wind.
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt.
Ted,
And
how's the
microphone.
wind
Right.
by you?
Well, let's talk about that because I'm a few blocks from Lake Michigan. And let's do this. Let's walk over. We can cross the street here because nobody's coming. And I'll take you over to the football field where you can really see how the wind is picking up. This would be a good place to have a playoff game this weekend.
I'm surprised
So,
that there's actually kids,
I'm
not
with
kids
the-
out there, running around, tackling each other and all this stuff on the field.
Usually there are, even in lousy weather, but it's just so uncomfortable right now. And I walked by the library earlier. That too is closed. So I think a lot of people are just staying home. So here's a pretty good look at Whitefish Bay. And you can hear the wind, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Almost so much so that we can't hear you. And there's Piper doing her
sorry.
business.
You know what? That's what
Don't
the
need to
walk
see
is
that.
for.
Yeah.
That's what the walk is for.
That's the purpose of the walk. It's just number one.
Don't eat
have
the
to
yellow
clean that
snow.
up. Be a good,
As I was telling my
be
kids
a
this
good
morning.
responsible dog owner. But yeah, she loves it.
Ted, has
So,
it been
anything you
primarily
guys
snow, or has it been a mix since
Yeah.
you're so close to the lake?
I was using the phrase to myself and the audience of one. I was calling it white rain before
Okay, yes.
because it felt like rain with the color of snow. Now I'm going to say it's a little drier, but still very wet. But it seems to be more legitimate snow right now. So
Okay.
To answer your question. Yeah.
It does look beautiful, I
But
have to
I am
say,
again- Oh, look, we live here for a reason. And if this is something that upsets you, you're in the wrong state because we need to deal with this. And you need to really embrace the beauty of it. Unfortunately, Stephanie B., not good snowshoeing weather, right? Tom was telling me last night he doesn't think this is going to be good snowshoeing weather.
Right, because you want it to be more powdery, right? Because otherwise you just sink.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, it would be very difficult to do. Not only would it not be pleasurable, it would be somewhat difficult. Come on, girl.
And the wind
Okay,
is just making
now we
it
have
not great to be out.
Yeah, not great at all. And you can kind of see my glasses are pretty much covered. Visibility is bad. And I need to use this now, so you can either keep talking to me or I can come back to you later.
We'll let you go, Ted. How about that? You deal with her business while we deal with this business.
Thanks, Ted.
But I will be happy to update you as the night goes on. Feel free to get back to me. I'm obviously not doing anything today.
Appreciate it. Piper doesn't think
way
so.
to be honest.
Yes. Well, you know, the heavy wet snow, it's causing issues around the area. We have heard of one death, unfortunately. A gentleman was snow blowing in Franklin, a 69-year-old. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner has told us that he passed away. That's the only death, snow-related death, that we've heard of thus far. There have been several accidents on area roadways. It's easy to understand why once you see some of our DOT cameras, which we will show you here in a moment. But I think the bigger concern is the power outages. And we're not out of the woods yet, and we heard the wind.
Right, exactly. The wind through really the rest of this event, and especially tonight, could still be gusting between 40 and maybe even at times 50 miles per hour. So when you factor in that we have 3 snowstorms worth of heavy snow on our branches, it could absolutely do some damage. And just the wind itself is enough at that level, you know, to cause issues, we'll say. So through the rest of the night, it's going to continue to be an issue, I think.
Without a doubt. Here is the map in terms of the temperatures. And Steph, I know you're going to kind of talk what we're expecting for the rest of the evening, because we're halfway through?
Sure.
Not even sure if we're there yet?
Exactly. And you know, we're obviously seeing the heavy wet snow right now, but as temperatures drop throughout the day tomorrow and really starting tonight, that's when we're going to see the consistency of the snow changing back to, you know, that powdery snow. So when it comes to the wind and the snow combination, by that time, blowing snow will be the issue. But those temperatures, again, you know, that Arctic air mass is going to be with us through the weekend. So if you are able to clear a lot of the snow tonight or early tomorrow morning, would do so, because otherwise it is going to become pretty messy. But let's go through the latest here. It's just before 2:30. It's about 2:26. A look at some snowfall totals, although I have seen already several 9-inch reports, if not 10-inch reports already. So I think easily a lot of spots inland will reach a foot at the rates we're going. I do think things will become a little bit lighter at times this afternoon or this evening, but still 8.6 in Sussex, Menominee Falls about 8, Slinger 7.5, Palmyra 7, and Sullivan 6.5. Here's that view of Mitchell International Airport. Every time I have shown this, we have not been able to see the airport. It just goes to show that the snow has been heavy enough to really reduce visibility, and we can still see that on the Marquette interchange. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of people out traveling, which is some really, really good news. But if you do have to be out, give those plow drivers a lot of space. Now, this stretch of roadway is likely just wet or maybe a little slushy in spots, but because we're, you know, near Lake Michigan and Milwaukee, we're not the huge problem area. The second you go inland, even just a couple miles inland, you're going to encounter a very different situation. Now, visibility is low all across southeast Wisconsin. Problem areas, West Bend into Waukesha, Milwaukee, Port Washington. Those are the spots that are between about 1/4 and 3/4 mile visibility. And road conditions really have not changed. They remain very slippery, very wet, very hazardous, especially away from Lake Michigan. But even notice closer to the lake towards, you know, Ozaki and Sheboygan County, still pretty slippery according to the DOT. It comes from the rate of snowfall. You know, earlier this morning when this started after about 4 a.m., we saw snowfall rates of 2 inches per hour. And then since then, we have still had snowfall rates at times of about 1 inch per hour. You add that with the very strong wind, you get that very low visibility, the deteriorating conditions, and just more snow piling on top of cleared pavement. So we're going to remain, I think, pretty slushy, pretty slippery, especially away from the lake for the rest of the day today. Wind gusts of 47 miles per hour in Sheboygan. Everybody else, for the most part, between 20 and about 40 miles per hour. Snow is steady all across the area, aside from maybe a little dry break in Sheboygan County, extending down through about West Bend and parts of Dodge County. Otherwise, this is once again a pretty steady and I'd say moderate falling snow right now. We're seeing more of the dark purples off towards the west. That could be indicating where there could be a heavier pocket of snow. But right now, Milwaukee, Waukesha down to Racine, Kenosha, this does actually look a little bit lighter than what we have seen previously. You can still see some of that green near Wheeling, Illinois, so in far northern Illinois, and especially right near the lakeshore. We have seen mix, especially the Kenosha lakeshore and the Racine lakeshore, but we'll continue to see, I think, at times that through, the next couple of hours, but then as those cold temperatures move in, later tonight, it's going to all be snow. The back edge of this storm system that's out west right now, that is where the snow is lighter. We will start to see that moving in, heading into Saturday. But for right now, plan on the steadier snowfall, the heavy snowfall, the very strong wind off of the lake, and then becoming more scattered by Saturday morning, gradually ending by Saturday evening. And I think really easily here, our snowfall totals will be up to a foot in many inland areas. The southern lakeshore a little bit less because of how wet the snow is. It's compacting, it's melting, but everywhere, just a mess through Saturday.
I know a little bit earlier, Carl was talking with Bill, and Bill was out at the airport and speaking with the crews out there, and they're doing a great job trying to clear the runways. But we just got new information about the delays and cancellations out there. And part of me, why I look at my phone here, because I have some information here. Our crews that are headed to Dallas for the big Packers game, their flight was just canceled. So a lot of people are probably in the same boat. If you are looking to head to Dallas this weekend, I'm sure you're going to end up either getting rerouted somewhere or just canceled altogether. Best of luck, because I know how frustrating that can be. But at this point, 42% of all all airlines flying out of Milwaukee, they're canceled. And even more so are delayed. And when you're talking about getting to other destinations, I mean, this is what the visibility looks like right now. I mean, this is what we're looking at. This is a live picture. This is not just a grayed out screen. This is what the view is at the airport. I mean, you have a lot of airports in St. Louis, Newark, Kansas City. 100% of flights are canceled at this point. So if you have any flights, whether you're going to Dallas, maybe you're going somewhere else, maybe you're trying to get home and you are stuck here in Milwaukee because of what's going on outside, best of luck, because that's pretty much all we can give you at this point. 100% of all American airline flights have been canceled. And it's easy to understand why. The crews are doing what they can. It takes them about 20 minutes to get through 2 miles of runway. And if you think about how long it takes you to shovel your driveway or snowblow your driveway, that's fast. They're doing the best they can. But the snowfall rate is just coming down so fast. And it's so sticky. And they also have to figure out where to put the snow, because now that it's down and more of it's coming down, the temperatures are going to fall out, the bottom's going to fall out, and the snow's just going to stay here. Let's take you down to O'Hare International Airport in Chicago. A little bit of a better look. Now, I have some family who lives down in Chicago, and they were actually planning to come up to Milwaukee to do some things up here this weekend, and I said, I don't think you should. It's like blizzard-like conditions up here. They said, well, it's all rain, and they had hit the Wisconsin border, and it was still rain. This was earlier today, and it looks like the highways right there are just pretty much wet, and they don't have a ton of snow cover. You can kind of still see some of the dirt in the grassy areas on the side of the highways there. But again, O'Hare is also seeing a lot of cancellations, and I know a lot of flights out of Milwaukee go through O'Hare. So if you even are lucky enough to get out of Milwaukee, you may end up getting stuck once you get into O'Hare. Let's get out to our Brett Lemoyne. He is in Waukesha County for us. That's kind of his stomping ground. And Brett, you actually look good, because I saw you a little bit earlier.
It looks better right now.
And your eyes were barely open. So I think there's an improvement.
Well, thank you. Now, Stephanie, you ladies are going to get me in trouble, because every time I'm out in the elements, right, we get letters from people like, Fran and Cudahy, and they're like, some people like winter weather, some people enjoy this. Well, I'm happy for you. I'm glad. Enjoy it if you must. I feel like I'm really getting a true Wisconsin experience here. We're in a Quick Trip parking lot across the street from Culver's in the middle of a snowstorm. I mean, I should just be like gnawing on a block of cheese out here and just make the whole experience even better. We just got a debrief from Waukesha County DPW about an hour ago. They tell us crews started this morning at 3:30, and they are working 16-hour shifts throughout the day. But one important thing to know if you are headed to Waukesha County tonight, the interstates, they are going to be going down to a skeleton crew by 8 o'clock tonight. It's just mainly because of manpower. They've got the whole fleet out working at this hour to try and clear these roads. But if you're going out tonight, I think you might be in for a shock, because there will be a skeleton crew that's going to be working in the overnight hours. Waukesha County is expecting, when all is said and done, about 20 inches. Now, that is what is falling right now today, but that's also the previous 2 snowstorms that we've had just this week. The county says they are switching from a brine to a calcium chloride brine mixture. They call that a hot load. Their words, not mine. A hot load to be able to de-ice the highways and the state roads that they're responsible for, because they're concerned that it's going to build up throughout the day today. And as the temperatures drop this weekend, Stephanie, it's going to get pretty slick out there if they don't clear the roads right now. So that is why there is an urgent need right now for all the plows to be out. Again, all 51 trucks that the county has out right now plowing county and state roads. And as we look out, I'm on Grandview Boulevard here in the city of Waukesha, and there are people that are getting out and about. They're finding their way. Traffic seems to be okay right now. We haven't seen any spin-outs or any cars in ditches. However, the county does tell us they have been keeping a tally, and they've had more than a dozen calls just up until 1 o'clock this afternoon, Stephanie.
And speaking to that point, maybe not necessarily in Waukesha County, but we just got word from the Sheboygan County Sheriff's Office. They've actually put a towing ban in place because it's just too dangerous to try to tow cars out of ditches at this point. And they say that any cars that may be obstructing the roadways or on the side of the road or in ditches or anything like that, they're going to leave them there until at least 3 o'clock tomorrow. So we just want to give you a word of warning if you are planning on heading out. And Brett, as you mentioned, I mean, there's a lot of people who still have to go to work. Hospitals still need to be staffed, the UPS stores, news stations. There's a lot of people who don't get the day off, like the school kids and a lot of other businesses. So if you are heading out, just know, take it easy. And a lot of times it's not you driving, it's the other people who are driving that tend to be the issues. Brett, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in shortly. We'll see how you look then. Let's take you around the area. This is in Oak Creek. It's a beautiful sight. If you can stay inside, maybe have a fire going as you look out into the winter wonderland. But I want you to look at the trees. Do you see how half the tree is completely snow covered and then the other half is fine? That tells you 2 things. Number 1, this snow is super, super sticky, right? It's heavy. We've been talking about that. The water content is enormous in this snow. But also, it's windy, and the wind seems to be coming from one direction, hence the snow sticking to one side of the tree. So if you have a car parked, you might notice that one half of your car is completely snow covered and the other side, not so much. Let's take you around the area a little bit more. This is in Brown Deer. And again, it is pretty. A lot of our bushes and trees, they might actually sustain some damage because of how heavy the snow is. I know my holly bush is in front of my house. I already lost a couple of branches. And there you have it. This was earlier in the day. It looked about 2 inches. I'm sure there is much more snow out there than just 2 inches now, but you can see even that bush was kind of just, they kind of just flopped down, right? And how about our snow stick that we have here on the Fox 6 weather deck? Wow. Is this a live picture, guys?
It is, yes.
So we're getting close to that 5-inch mark there on the weather deck. And again, temperatures, they're kind of hovering right around the 30-degree mark, 33-degree mark, which is very telling for the kind of snow that we're seeing, Steph.
It absolutely is. This is that very heavy, wet snow, and it's creating all sorts of issues. You talked about the tree branches being weighed down. That's not just this heavy snow. I mean, this is our 3rd storm this week.
Good point.
So there has been a lot of accumulation. And, you know, I apologize. I'm getting to this to you a little late, but Fond du Lac as well as Sheboygan County, you know, we talked about Sheboygan County having that tow ban put into place. They were actually upgraded to a blizzard warning here recently. So that goes until 5 p.m. or it begins at 5 p.m., excuse me, and then continues until 3 a.m. on Saturday. And that is because we've really already seen some of those, you know, near whiteout conditions in these spots. I will say it is unlikely that the rest of southeast Wisconsin sees that, more so because we have a little bit more infrastructure, especially in the Milwaukee area. It's a little bit more open up towards the north, but blizzard warnings do actually extend north into the Green Bay area too. But that's the latest update there. Fond du Lac, Sheboygan County now under a blizzard warning. 5 tonight, so it's not in effect just yet, but 5 tonight through 3 a.m. on Saturday, and then the warning will continue. The winter storm warning will then continue through noon. Right now it is about 2:40. Same view as we look at Mitchell International. In fact, I'm just going to step off the screen. I want to see if I can even see our Sheboygan camera real quick, because it might be already showing some pretty heavy snowfall. This is Carthage College in Kenosha. We've been showing this at times today. One of the spots that it's been, more rain or more wintry mix than anything. But look at the waves. You can see just how strong the wind is pushing those waves around, just like what we saw with Tuesday's storm. Okay, this is technically our Sheboygan cam, I believe, and you can't really see anything. So a lot of our cameras are pretty snow covered at the moment, so I'm not surprised to see this. But once again, visibility is going to be a huge issue going forward today, not just for those in that blizzard warning now for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County. Visibility is actually okay, low, but okay in those northernmost spots. It's actually a little bit lower still for West Bend over to Port Washington, as well as Waukesha, but Sheboygan as well as Fond du Lac, especially going into the evening as that wind ramps up a little bit more. That's where we really do have the likelihood of some pretty low visibility, thanks to, again, that wind and heavy snow combination. I can't stress enough, this map has looked the same all throughout the day today. Snow covered and slippery conditions remain. We've already picked up 9 inches of snow in a lot of inland areas, including some western portions of lakeshore counties as well. West Dallas, as well as Brookfield, 8.5 to 9 inches. Menominee Falls, I believe about 9 inches. Earlier it was about 8.5, so it's probably way more than that right now. But then you add on top of those high snowfall rates, which throughout the afternoon have been an inch per hour, you add on wind gusts of 30 to 40, even close to 50 miles per hour in Sheboygan, and that's what's really causing this huge issue. And the wind alone is enough to cause downed tree limbs and power outages. So it's just very hazardous, especially if you do have to be traveling. Once again, that blizzard warning for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County, that is 5 tonight through 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. The rest of us under that winter storm warning until noon on Saturday. After that blizzard warning expires early tomorrow morning, the warning will then go back into effect, and that will continue once again until noon. Here is satellite and radar, where the snow is steady aside from just this little dry patch as we've been watching. Likely still a little bit of a mix near the lakeshore in Kenosha. Once again, we just showed you our Carthage College cam. More of that in northern Illinois too, but we will continue to see pockets of heavy snow as the day goes on, with those 1 inch per hour snowfall rates, still looking pretty likely at times. There's all that rain in Illinois. We just showed you O'Hare or northern Illinois, and the roads were fine. It's raining right now, but earlier this morning there was some snow. I know my mom is southwest of the city. She picked up 6 inches of snow, and then it changed to rain, and now it's just a muddy, sloppy mess. So that's what Illinois is dealing with right now. We're on the colder end of this. We have, once again, just a swath of some heavy snowfall across central and southern Illinois, but off towards the west, the back edge of this, much lighter snowfall, and we'll see that making its way in throughout our overnight hours. Strong wind continues off of the lake today. We will eventually have a northeasterly wind kicking in. That should help keep everything snowfall, but it will be steady through the night tonight. Early tomorrow morning, as that wind shifts out of the northwest, we'll see some drier air moving in. That should make things a bit more scattered, but heading into even Saturday afternoon, we could still see pockets of some light snow at times. Both Saturday as well as Sunday, blowing snow will still be a possibility. So think of the powdery layer of snow that we'll see on top of the heavy, thick stuff underneath. That's what could still be blowing around even throughout the day on Sunday with some of those stronger winds. But with that northwest wind change on Saturday, that's when we'll really see a lot of that colder air moving in, and that's what will change the consistency also from the heavy wet snow today to tonight, more of that powdery type snow. At least 8 to 12. Honestly, I think at least 12 right now is looking looking likely in many of our inland spots at the rates we're going. You know, we may see snow becoming lighter later today, but we still have to get through the second half of the afternoon essentially. And then the southern lakeshore, once again, pretty likely we stay lower, especially with the fact that even in Milwaukee where it's been snow, it's just been so wet that it's compacting or it's melting. And once again, we're seeing Kenosha lake shores. A lot of it's still been a mix. Now let's talk temperatures, because we do have to focus on the incoming cold. Heavy, wet snow because of temperatures today near freezing, but we will eventually see that consistency changing tonight as the colder air starts to move in. We will wake up to temperatures in the low 20s tomorrow morning, then barely move, but then look at Saturday evening. That's when we see single digits arriving, and we are likely going to stay in the single digits heading into the rest of the day on Sunday. So really a 1-2 punch with this system. We get the really heavy snow, and then we get the very chilly conditions on the backside of this heading into the weekend. So gear up for just a very interesting rest of the weekend. I can't stress enough just to be careful if you do have to be out and about today, and clear the snow in waves, of course, throughout the rest of your evening. Otherwise, things are going to get pretty messy. Now, that's the very latest from the studio. We are bringing in meteorologist Tom Walks to Fox Local. It's about 2:45 right now. Tom is out on the weather deck. It looks beautiful, but I can even tell how strong the wind is out there just by looking at your shot.
Yeah, that wind is coming in, Steph, that's for sure. We're trying to get the fire going. We've got it half going on the weather deck right now, kind of struggling to get going here. Roads are tough, Steph, as you talked about. The snow continues to fly. Let's take a look, continue to talk about this here, because we have got the snow that really has overproduced in many areas here. And what that means is it's been a little above forecast, and that's going to continue as we go throughout the night. And that's saying something here, because it's rare to get nearly 10 inches of snow out of one system, and we're going to be well above that. We're already there in some spots. We're going to be well above that as we go into the evening hours tonight and into the overnight hours as well. So the snow is coming in from the south right now, and that's going to continue. You see more of the rain farther down to the south, and a mix at times in some of our lakeshore communities. Now, Steph talked about as well that Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties, you have been upgraded to a blizzard warning, and that runs until 3 o'clock in the morning. That being said, whether you're under the winter storm warning or the blizzard warning, it doesn't really matter. It's pretty much almost one and the same at this point. You're getting into the weeds a little bit of what qualifies for a blizzard versus what doesn't, and I'll run that down for you here quickly. A blizzard is 35-mile-per-hour winds or greater, combined with a quarter of a mile visibility or less, and moderate snow, all of that for 3 hours or more. And you're going to likely reach that criteria in Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties, maybe stay just shy of it everywhere else. But again, visibility is low, snow continues to fly fast and hard in many areas, and roads are rough. Now, these are snow reports. This is really just over the last couple of hours here, and you can see the Menominee Falls report at 1 o'clock of nearly 10 inches of snow. We've had another one up in Sheboygan County. That's pretty incredible, given how heavy and wet this snow is, and the fact that we are only halfway through this system. We have a lot more snow to go. So take a look. The area of low pressure is down to the south. We have the counterclockwise wind flow around that. So we've got easterly winds coming in off of Warm Lake, Michigan. Notice the rain snow line there right over Chicago. Again, we've had reports, Kenosha, for example, of some rain showers at times, kind of that slush in Bayview and places right along the lakeshore. And that's going to continue tonight. In fact, the mix might even pick up for a time in our lakeshore communities as the low pivots, and we start to see the precipitation pivoting around the area of low pressure as the low moves off to the northeast. But again, the big message here this afternoon is that this is going to continue all night long. Once we get past midnight, the snow will get a little bit lighter, and then we have an additional 1 to 2 inches of fluffy snow coming in for tomorrow. So I want to show you here in terms of Sky Vision Plus that as we go throughout the night, we could have a mix there near the lake. In fact, I'm going to rewind this one more time here for you because I do want to show you at 9 o'clock tonight the wind direction here. The wind direction coming in out of the northeast. So it's out of the east right now, but it's going to be coming in out of the northeast as we go through the late afternoon and into the evening hours tonight. Why does that change in wind direction matter? It matters because that little shift in the wind means that now the wind is going to be coming in off of the long side of Lake Michigan. It's going to be coming in off of more of the lake. What does that mean? That's what we call a fetch in meteorology. So there's going to be a long fetch of these winds picking up the lake moisture. And the lake is not frozen, right? It's been so warm, and so it's able to pick up that moisture. That could create lake-enhanced snow in some areas this evening. So what that means for us is we could have some heavier banding of snow in spots as we go throughout the night, but you'll notice that mix right along the lake. And again, we're seeing that as well a bit more down to the south. That could pivot up into our lakeshore counties tonight. The other thing with the northeast wind is it could help to dry us out a little bit as well. The lake is pretty incredible, giving me more gray hair as we're forecasting this because so many things can happen when the wind comes in off the lake. But again, the big story here as we go throughout the night is that this has been a heavy snowmaker, and that is going to continue straight throughout the evening. Now, I want to talk about Saturday here as well, because Saturday is not going to be as heavy of snow as today. It's going to be a powdery variety of snow, not the heavy wet snow that we're experiencing right now, but the wind is going to continue to blow. So that means low visibility and an additional 1 to 2 inches of snow in the forecast for us. So that kind of gives you a breakdown here of where we stand right now. And again, in my opinion, I mean, this is one of the largest systems we have had in several years. It is rare to get this much snow out of one system, and I'll tell you, by the time all is said and done, we're going to end up with over a foot of snow in many areas, which is just incredible for us here in southeastern Wisconsin. So it continues. We're in the thick of it now, and there is more on the way. So out here from the weather deck, we're going to be monitoring conditions out here. We're also, of course, on Fox 6, on Fox 6 Now. We are everywhere for you, and we're going to continue to do that, guys. I'll see you with another update from outside in just a couple of minutes, and I'll toss it back to you in the warmer studio.
I'm going to make you stay outside just for one more minute while I
Done.
ask you a question there, Tom. Sorry
Sure.
about that. I'll apologize in advance. So wind has been such an issue today, right? And the direction of the wind, you can explain that better than I can. Are we expected to see any lake enhancement for those who are closer to the lake?
Sure. So yes, that is possible, but I'll show you this again. This is our Sky Vision Plus map for 9 o'clock tonight. And the other thing that the northeast wind can do is bring in that warmer lake air, right along the lakeshore counties. And so it could actually convert it over to a mix if you're within a few miles of the lake. So what could conceivably happen here, and just to kind of dig a little deeper into what you're seeing, the pink area would be a rain, sleet, snow mix. And notice how it only goes just a couple miles inland. I mean, not very far inland. If you get just west of there, so let's say this map, it probably won't look exactly like this, but let's say this is exactly what happens tonight. So if you're in the city of Milwaukee, for example, you're under that mix at 9 o'clock. If you are in Waukesha, you are in that lake-enhanced snow. So there you see that heavy snow band, and it's right next to the mix line. So I think that's the real key for tonight is that, yes, I think even near the lake, and look at Sheboygan, Steph, as well. You can see Sheboygan is less of a mix, more of the snow. So it's all dependent on the exact wind direction and just how much of a mix we get and how far inland it pushes. And that's a question I've gotten today from viewers is, what do you consider to be near the lake? That's always the magic question, right? Because it changes with every weather event. And I would say a mile or two, quite frankly, at this point. In fact, so far today, it's probably been a half a mile, if that, where we've seen the slush and the mix. So the closer you are to the lake, the better chance you have of seeing that wintry mix.
Sounds like a great and fun one to forecast.
Oh, it's so fun.
You guys are doing such a great job, though. We'll be checking
Thanks.
back in shortly. Now, because of how heavy this snow is, we do want to remind our viewers to stay safe when you're out there getting rid of the snow. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office confirms 1 snow-related death so far today. The ME says a 69-year-old man went unresponsive while snowblowing his driveway in Franklin. Wasn't even shoveling, was snowblowing. Now, his death is not considered to be suspicious, but just again, another warning for all of you at home. Now, with the blizzard warning starting tonight at 5 up in Sheboygan County, the county sheriff's office up there is issuing a towing ban as of 3 p.m. today, so just about in 7 minutes. This is for all vehicles that are not obstructing the roadway. So if you have a big truck or something like that that's in the middle of the road, they're going to do their best to clear that. But any vehicle that might go into the ditch or might just, get off the road a little bit into the tree line. Those vehicles are going to end up staying there because of this tow ban being in place in Sheboygan County until at least 3 p.m. tomorrow. Now, earlier today, the Milwaukee County Department of Public Works, they provided an update on their snow removal efforts.
We have 100 salt trucks out right now, or as we call them, they're sensors. Plow blades are mounted. You'll see them on the streets right now. We've seen less snow in the downtown eastern parts of the city as we have seen on the west side. I think there's like 3 to 4 sitting on the streets right now. Our garbaging and recycling facilities, our operations had started 1 hour early today to get all the recycling and garbage picked up so we can transition those vehicles this evening to help with the cleanup because we're supposed to see another 6 inches of snow from what we're seeing. Residential streets were pre-treated last night in anticipation of the storm and the cold temperatures coming in, so it lasted us all the way until about 5 o'clock this morning before we started seeing some accumulation. We continue to have our mains passable. When I say mains, that's your arterial streets, your main thoroughfares through the city. We're focusing on them. As soon as we have those open and clear, we're going to transition to the residential areas. As you've seen in past snow operations that we've done recently, we're staying away from the parking lanes on the arterials, moving into the district so people can move onto those main areas and then coming back out. So when you see a roadway that's not fully plowed, we're keeping the lanes open, we're going to come back. 100% of the city will be plowed. Again, I can't express this enough. This storm is, right now it's a little wet and messy. Drive slow, take your time. There's no reason to rush around. I know a lot of our surrounding communities are closed. A lot of facilities in the local area are closed. If you're trying to go somewhere, take your time. I would prefer that, as many cars as there's possible to stay off of our streets. But just be careful. This is the largest snowstorm we've had in quite some time, and it might be unfamiliar to a lot of people. So just please be patient on the roadways.
Good reminders there from the Milwaukee County DPW. Now, this afternoon, because of how heavy and wet the snow has been, we've seen thousands of customers losing power. But We Energies wants you to know that their crews are working around the clock as well, trying to get the lights back on. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
We have hundreds of men and women out in the field trying to get around quickly and safely, dealing with these outages, but we're seeing that heavy wet snow oftentimes coming onto large trees and large limbs, and that is coming into contact with our power equipment, causing power outages. We also, earlier in the week, when we had that first round of snow, saw a number of cars that slid off the road and came into contact with our power poles, causing long outages. So we'd encourage people and remind them, please do slow down on these slick roads. Outages are really dynamic, and each outage is a little bit different. So we do have, as I mentioned, hundreds of people out. We're sending crews around. Response times are probably going to be a bit slower today because our crews can only go as fast as the roads will allow, and they're always going to take safety number one. But that's why we encourage you to sign up in the app or go to the outage map on our website. We can actually give you individualized outage estimates. We can send it via text or email, phone call, through the app, however you want it. So that's probably the easiest and best way to get an update. But listen, we're not going to stop until everyone has their lights back on.
A good example of other crews that are just out there working. And look at this. This is one of those down power lines. This is in Waukesha on Harris Highland Drive. You can see the sparks. You can see the fire there, even with the snow cover on the ground. Another reminder that if you happen to see a power line down, if you happen to hit a pole and the line comes down with it, stay away from it. Don't go near it. Don't touch it. Call 911, call We Energies, and let them know, and the professionals will take care of that because that could be a very, very dangerous situation. Well, it is coming up on 3 o'clock. We're going to keep going here on Fox Local until our newscast hits at 4 o'clock, and then our newscast will take over both on air and here on Fox Local. But we've had so many beautiful pictures from our viewers today. I know we're talking doom and gloom, and I know that that's something that we have to remind you because that is true. And here's another example of what could happen with how just heavy and wet the snow is with this large tree limb that is down. This is coming from Nicole out in Brookfield. And this is just a beautiful sight to see. But look how much snow has piled up on the table and the chairs. This is in New Berlin from Rachel Clark. Rachel, thank you for sending this in. And you see the picture in the trees in the background, though. Look how heavy those tree limbs are.
Right.
And the snow is piling up in Terry's backyard in McGuanago. I don't think that they're having burgers or hot dogs tonight.
Yeah, unless they shovel a path, which I don't think is going to happen.
Well, keep sending those pictures in. You can always do so on our website. You can email them in. I love this one from Sarah Severance in Campbellsport with the birds. Hey, they got to eat too.
They do.
Not all birds migrate.
Okay, I see a woodpecker, but I still don't see a cardinal.
Still don't see a cardinal.
We're working on it though.
We're talking about that because we have our bingo sheet here. Because there's lots going on. This is our Wisco bingo sheet that you and Carl started earlier today. People skiing, people putting rulers in the ground, people sledding. We had our Jason Calvi out there taking part in sledding today, getting his workout in. So we want to take it now to the airport because the airport has had all sorts of issues. They were doing pretty well earlier today, but this is the scene. You can't see a lot, and that's very telling. 100% of American Airlines flights have been canceled. A lot of you are trying to get to Dallas for the big wild card game that's happening on Sunday. Our cruise flights were canceled out of Green Bay to Dallas, and now they're trying to figure out how the heck they're going to get down there so they can report on what's going on this weekend, and maybe you're in the same boat. But again, check the airline's website. I'm sure you're probably getting text message alerts letting you know what is going on when it comes to flights in and out. But it's not just here in Milwaukee. It's not just down in Chicago. But at this point, 100% of flights going into Detroit, into Dallas, into Newark, into JFK, into St. Louis, 100% are canceled. So I'm not sure if you actually want to fly in this, even if the planes could get off the ground. I think I'd be a little nervous about that. But, you know, the crews, they're trying to clear their runways. They're trying to do what they can. But it's hard to keep up when you had snow falling since, what, 4 o'clock this morning, Steph?
And this is a big system, too. You know, we're talking about the impacts here locally, but almost the entire East Coast is under some type of wind headline, wind advisory, high wind warning. We obviously know that can impact flights 100%. There's a severe weather threat in the southeast. So this is a big storm system. We here are getting a ton of snow, but it's definitely impacting other parts of the country.
And I know some people were talking online on our Facebook page, is this technically a blizzard because of how windy it has been? I know a blizzard warning was just issued for up in Sheboygan County, but it has to do with sustained winds and for a certain amount of time. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. You know, the period of time, you know, and it's all technical here, but it's about 3 hours. You need wind gusts, I believe, up to 55 miles per hour. I could be wrong on that, for about 3 hours. So, you know, it's really just that, you know, technicality when it comes to timing. You know, we have that blizzard warning for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties. Also worth mentioning, the impacts will be greater there because it's more open. You know, here in Milwaukee, we have a lot more infrastructure, those taller buildings downtown. It's very rare that we will see blizzard conditions here. But the rest of southeast Wisconsin, even though we have no blizzard warning, we're under that winter storm warning, we've still seen visibility throughout much of the day today between 1/4 and 1/2 mile. But it really comes down to that technicality of that 3 hours of consistent strong wind and falling snow.
And you can tell by the snow. I mean, it's going sideways, right? It's not falling vertically, it's almost falling horizontally. And this is some disabled vehicles on the side of the road at 94 at Chase Avenue. And we've been seeing this all day long. No surprise here, right? Some cars are out there. The good thing is a lot of people had the chance to stay home today. Most schools across the area were closed, which is a very good thing because the roads just are not safe out there. And this is a very telling shot. It's 3 o'clock, and you could probably count the number of cars there on your screen in the Mitchell interchange. And so not great conditions, and it's going to get cold. That is the big, I think, kind of next story that's to come here.
Absolutely.
Once the snow gets out of here come tomorrow afternoon, the cold's going to set in. So if you have a chance to clear the snow from your sidewalk, from your driveway, do it. Take breaks, but do it. And if you do lose power, because we've been talking about the power outages, there's thousands of people without power in Milwaukee County, Sheboygan County, Waukesha County, you name it, every county is impacted by this. There are warming shelters that are open today. Most public libraries are open if you need a place to go with your family. And we're putting up some information here on the screen with some addresses for you, so you can take this down. If you are watching us, likely you have power, but maybe somebody who you know doesn't have power. And so maybe you could take a little snapshot on your phone of this picture of what you're seeing on your screen, and you could send it on over to them, because this could be life-saving, especially when we're talking about the dangerous cold that's about to set in, come tomorrow night,
Tomorrow
Steph?
night, yes.
And again, 211, that's always a great number to remember. It's easy to remember. If you need more information, if you need help on where you can go, where to take your family, maybe you have pets that need to get out of the house as well with those temperatures dropping, you can always just call 211 and they can certainly help you out with that. We have just crossed the 3 o'clock mark.
We have. Should we go over some snowfall totals?
I think we should go over some snowfall totals. I'm interested to hear where things have stacked up, and it really depends on where you are.
It does. It 100% does. And I'm looking at our chat system right now, so I'm looking down at my phone. But if you are inland, I mean, we have seen snowfall totals closing in on almost 10 inches. Milwaukee, I don't have an updated report. As of noon, it was only 2.4. I guarantee it's higher than that now. We only get observations from Mitchell every couple of hours. Yeah. So we're waiting on that. Many lakeshore communities, though, lower. But let's go over some of these. Let's see, Fort Atkinson, 8.3. Plymouth in Sheboygan County, 9.5. Hartford and Washington County, 8.3. Let's see, what else do we have here? A lot from out west, too, towards Dane County. But Oconomowoc, 7.1. Twin Lakes, 8 inches. Menominee Falls, 9.7. Here on the weather deck, I mean, it looks like we're getting close to that 5-inch mark, maybe 4 or 5-inch mark. Hard to tell with the wind, too. The wind is likely switching things up a little bit, you know, making it a little bit harder to shovel. But it's been a very impactful day so far across southeast Wisconsin. And this snow at a steady rate is still going to continue through the afternoon and not really wrap up until potentially midday tomorrow. It'll be lighter Saturday, but the heavy stuff that we've seen so far today, it is going to continue into the afternoon.
And it's kind of tough to tell when it comes to accumulation, especially lakeside, because even out there shoveling my driveway, the snow would stack up a little bit more and then would kind of melt by the next time you turned around. So, you know, some of it's melting depending on where you are. Some of it's just stacking up on colder surfaces. But what are we expecting through the next few hours? Because now it's 3 o'clock.
Right.
Most kids aren't in school, so most kids aren't coming home from school right now, which is a great thing because the roads are absolutely terrible in a lot of places.
Right.
But this system, it's far from over.
It is far from over. I would say what we've seen all afternoon long, we're going to continue to see through our evening hours. So there is still that chance that we see a little bit of mix. At this point, all day long, it's been Lakeshore, Racine, Kenosha counties. Milwaukee has stayed snow. It's just that really high liquid content to it, which I know you've talked about. That'll likely continue. But, you know, the heavy snowfall inland, that's also going to continue. A reminder that both Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County have been upgraded to a blizzard warning. That was a short time ago. Starts at 5 tonight, so technically not in effect just yet, but then continues until 3 Saturday morning. And everybody else in pink here under that winter storm warning that continues until noon. Let's take a look across the region here. Again, here's a view of Mitchell International Airport. Another look at the Marquette Interchange. Let's see what other cameras we've got here to look at downtown, because I'm sure our Estabrook Tower cam can't even really see through it right now. Let's see what our city center camera looks like. I'm just going to try to put it up real quick, so bear with me here. Really, all of our Milwaukee cams are showing the same thing, just really heavy snowfall. There you go. You can really see the snow falling in this shot. Absolutely. You know, visibility is still the #1 issue here, as well as just really messy roadways. We have the heavy snow of snowfall rates potentially 1 inch per hour on top of the very strong wind that is gusting over 40 miles per hour at times, creating very low visibility. And that is one of the reasons why both Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County were upgraded to that blizzard warning. Now, the rest of us, even though we're not under that blizzard warning, you know, we could still see brief periods of time of near zero visibility. We've already seen it at times today. Current visibility in Milwaukee, about a mile, half a mile in Waukesha, as well as West Bend, 0.7 of a mile in Port Washington, and about 3/4 of a mile across Sheboygan County. Roadways are still slippery as well as snow covered, especially away from the lake. You know, 4394 may just be wet right outside of the city, but as you go inland, even just a couple miles, it's a very different situation with the fact that snow has been falling at such a high rate since early this morning. Even when they're cleared, the roadways, that is, they just get snow covered very, very quickly. Let's focus in on the wind. Right now, again, it is off of the lake. 40-mile-per-hour wind gust in Milwaukee right now, 45 in Sheboygan. Elsewhere, still 25 to about 35 miles per hour. These conditions will last through the night tonight. And here's the latest when it comes to satellite and radar. Now, steady snow is falling all across southeast Wisconsin. We are seeing some of the darker purples, which not a ton immediately in our viewing area right now. That's where some heavier pockets of snow are falling. So maybe a little bit of a break in the heavy snow at the moment across parts of the area. But look at near Lake Geneva, maybe a pocket of heavier snow moving in from the south as we speak. You can see it kind of filling in a bit more just south of the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. So it is still possible that going into our evening hours, we do have those high snowfall rates of an inch per hour. Tom mentioned earlier, this is a big system. The low pressure itself is just off towards the south of us. So we're on the cold end of this. The rain is going to stay south of us in Illinois. We're getting in on the heavy snowfall with the bulk of this system. As the low itself crosses just southeast of us, that's when we'll start to see that wind shift turning. And once we see the northwesterly wind shift late tonight and tomorrow morning, it'll really pull in the back edge of this storm system, which is much, much lighter snow. So light snow expected through the night tonight and into the first half of Saturday, but the wind will still stay very strong. So satellite and radar, or excuse me, Sky Vision Plus, has been showing the same thing all day. Still keeping this heavy snowfall in our area through the evening. It's maybe starting to break things up a little bit later tonight. Looks like this is a new run trying to bring in some drier pockets of air. I think the better chance for that, though, will be as the wind shifts out of the northwest. And notice how strong the wind still will be throughout our nighttime hours. Once we hit early tomorrow morning, lighter snow, scattered snow. It will not be as widespread, but it could still be with us then throughout potentially even your Saturday afternoon. Blowing snow will still be a hazard both Saturday and even Sunday, because as temperatures really drop later tonight into Saturday, the snow consistency will change. We're going to go from that heavy wet snow today to the powdery snow heading into tomorrow. So with that powdery layer on top, with strong wind both Saturday and Sunday when snow isn't even falling, we could still see a lot of that blowing or the ground blizzard-like conditions. So something to just keep in mind as we head into the weekend. But really, a 1-2 punch here. We get the snow throughout the rest of the day today with obviously high snowfall totals. I think it's very likely we still see, maybe 3 to 6 inches of additional accumulation, and then the cold sets in. So once again, another reminder to clear as much snow as you can throughout the day today before things really do start to get icy. So that is the very latest from the studio. I believe we have Mr. Tom Walks potentially on the weather deck. If not, we can keep going over some details for the next couple of days, because it really does depend on where you're at for the remainder of the day today when it comes to snowfall totals. But inland areas really will be the spots that continue to pile on a couple more inches of snowfall accumulation. We're seeing Kenosha counties, a little bit more of that mix in the coming hours, but I do still think, Tom, even tonight, we'll see that change over to snow. Just lower totals, though, across the southern lakeshore.
Steph, what a system this has been. I mean, really, and both of us, we've been here for what, over 10 years? And this is one of the bigger ones that we've had, right?
Yes, absolutely. Now, last March, we saw about an 8-inch or just over 8-inch snowfall in March, which is funny, and it was our biggest of the season. But it's been a while since Milwaukee has had, a high total like that. Tom just fixing his mic. Don't worry about
sorry
it.
About that.
No, you're fine. But those inland areas, yes, I mean, these are astonishing numbers for the fact that it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I know, and that's the thing. This storm has really overproduced in a way, in that we're already at 10 inches, Steph, in some areas, which is just incredible. The wind is really coming in off the lake. The snow has gotten lighter at times, but as Steph mentioned, it's going to start to pick up. So let's take a look, show you what's going on here in terms of Sky Vision Plus, and we're going to take you back here just a little bit, because we've got this wind that is really quite gusty, and that's going to continue as we go throughout the night. Now we're going to be seeing the snow again over a foot in many areas, quite frankly, is where we're going to end up here when it comes to how much snow we're going to end up seeing. Visibility-wise, we have had low visibility around here. Take a look at this camera that is iced over here. So it's tough to see. We've got obviously that slushy accumulation that is falling. We have had several accidents on the roads. We've had a jackknife semi. We've had interstates closed for a time. Blizzard warnings that continue in effect as we go into our northern counties here, specifically Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties. There is a blizzard warning that runs until the overnight hours tonight. Here is a live look over the Marquette interchange. And we talked about this last night, that we thought we would have a hard time seeing it. And you can see how low the visibility here is right now and how slow travel is. And I think that's the key here, is that if you have to be outside tonight, and hopefully you don't, hopefully you're just hanging out inside watching Fox Local. That's what we like. We're so glad that you're here with us. You don't want to be out in these conditions. As I was driving into work earlier this afternoon, I would classify the roads as gritty, just very, kind of almost like bumpy almost, because it's just that compact snow that is on the roadways, and it really is a rough go of it. And then when you hit the overpasses and the elevated road surfaces, some of which that you see there, any of those untreated surfaces are actually colder because of the airflow underneath. So that's why we often talk about bridges and overpasses, on-ramps and off-ramps, being slicker than even the regular roadway. And that's because those temperatures of those surfaces are a little bit colder because of the airflow that's underneath. So that's another thing that we really watch for here. But again, roads have been very rough today, and they're going to continue to be rough as we go through the nighttime hours tonight. So let's take you back over and show you our snow totals, which they've even been updated since we've actually seen this graphic coming out here. And we're seeing those snow totals on the order of 8, 9, 10 inches of snow across parts of the area. So that's what we've been dealing with here, and that's what we're going to continue to deal with throughout the night. So that's why we're talking about the potential for over a foot of snow out of this system, and that's going to continue throughout the night. So let's take a look here at the radar and satellite, because I want to show you here that the area of low pressure is down to the south, and we're on the north side of this. So that means a couple of things for us. Number one, it means the rain down to the south in the warmer air. Number two, it means the snow on the colder side of the system. And you know how we often talk about in the news, right? Low pressure track is critical. And that's what we're seeing here. The area of low pressure down to the south. And because we are on the north side of this, number one, we are on the colder side of the system. We are, number two, perfectly placed for the heaviest amount of snow out of this system. Number three, the lake and the storm system is slightly cooler than it was on Tuesday. And this storm is slightly stronger than the Tuesday storm. That's why we are seeing so much more snow today than we did on Tuesday. So that's the difference there. The snow that initially came in this morning, which was very heavy, and we were talking about that last night on the newscast, right? Of how, hey, it's now looking that the Friday morning commute was going to be pretty rough, right? And that was because of warmer air on the front side of the system that was coming in at 5,000 feet. That creates instability in the atmosphere, and that's what caused the heavy band of snow to develop this morning. So yes, there's a lot of science, isn't there, out of this? And I'm not even bringing up the lake quite yet. So all of the science goes into this, and that's why we are seeing one of the biggest snows that we're likely going to end up seeing in years here in southeastern Wisconsin. Let's zoom you in a little bit closer here, excuse me, because Lake Michigan is also going to be playing a role here as we go throughout the night. So we're going to be seeing the wind coming in off of the northeast with time tonight, and that is going to create, okay, I'm being told to wrap and talk. Okay, back to you guys. I'll come back out to me in a little bit. I'll get back to the lake enhancement. Back over to you.
The producers are trying to be kind to you, Tom, and give you a break so you can take a sip of water. Talking that long, it's hard.
It is hard.
I mean, try having a conversation for, 5 minutes straight,
Yep.
That's what we're doing out here.
Takes a lot out of you.
Let's get out to Brett Lemoyne. He has been such a trooper for us today. I mean, he's always such a trooper, but he's in Waukesha County. I can't wait to see how you look right now, Brett, because earlier, about an hour ago, you were looking pretty good. The snow wasn't coming down too hard. It looks like it's coming down harder now.
A little bit harder now.
A little bit. But you know what? I spent some time in the car and I warmed up a little bit. I got the flakes off my shoulders and jacket, so I think we're doing pretty good. The state of the city, the state of the county, though, maybe not quite as good. The city of Waukesha has declared a snow emergency, which means there is absolutely no parking on any city streets. They tell us that Waukesha police will be enforcing this and they will ticket and tow. Waukesha County, meanwhile, has declared a state of emergency, which means that all county offices closed this afternoon. As of 1 o'clock today, there were 32 accidents and 84 vehicles in ditches. The county's 51 snowplows have been out in full force. They started at 3:30 this morning, and they are continuing in 16-hour shifts. And keep in mind, Stephanie, they have been working nonstop since Tuesday in these 16-hour intervals. So they are no doubt exhausted. They don't want people out on the road this evening in particular for a very good reason. It's because they're going to drop down to a skeleton crew throughout the evening. That means out on county highways and state highways, there are going to be fewer snowplow operators monitoring those conditions than there have been all day today. They just don't have the manpower to do it, and they are expecting travel to decrease anyway at these hours, but it's a good reminder to stay off of the roads, especially this evening, because it could be particularly dangerous. They're also very concerned going into the weekend about dipping temperatures and having all of this snow freeze in place. I was just out at the Waukesha County Airport yesterday, Steph, and they were telling us they have to really be strategic about where they put the snow because they know wherever the snow goes from the plows, it's going to be there for weeks at a time here because of the temperatures that we're going to be experiencing. So as we look out here, we're off of Grandview Boulevard in the city of Waukesha at the Quick Trip, not too far from where the county's DPW headquarters is. And there have been people coming and going, especially here at the gas station, pretty much all day. We have not noticed any significant travel issues or delays, at least here in the city. People seem to be in pretty good spirits as they come in. They're giving us a wave and they're giving us a smile and, typical Wisconsin weather. But as you've said, this is a snowfall like we haven't seen for quite some time. But spirits out here are pretty high, Steph.
Without a doubt. I'm happy that everyone's being nice to you, as they should be when you're standing out in the cold and snow for their benefit, right?
It is so interesting, though, because you encounter people who just despise this weather and other people who live for this weather. So you got to be careful, right, Brett? Please tell us.
Some people who fake it.
Of course, yeah, that too.
Like me.
You know what? We don't have to talk about that.
That's okay. You do a great job. No one would know until you just outed yourself, obviously. All right, Brett, thank you so much. We'll probably see you again in the 4 o'clock hour. You know, back in December, we had the warmest December on record.
Yes.
We kept complaining that it was 35 and raining constantly gray. And a lot of the blame goes to this whole El Nino winter.
Sure.
But now the bottom's going to fall out. We're talking about highs in the single digits. So how is that all playing a factor, or is it?
Sure. Well, it is important to remember that even during an El Nino winter like we have right now, typically it does mean warmer than average temperatures and a lot more moisture. It doesn't mean it's not going to snow, and it doesn't mean it's not going to get cold. It's usually just for shorter bursts. And I think we've seen with this system especially, we still have a lot of moisture within this storm. And when you look at the full storm, south of us in Illinois, it is still raining in a handful of spots, and even some of our lakeshore communities, it's still, mixing in a few spots. And that is because Lake Michigan is so warm, thanks to how much warmth we had in December and just as of last year in general. So, we are going to have a cold stretch coming up. It'll be interesting to see how long it lasts, because a lot of times it is fairly brief, but it is still something we see even when it's an El Nino winter. But you know what we saw during December, that it is truly an El Nino winter.
I mean, we know how it is here in Wisconsin come January as we take a live look over the Market interchange. Glad to see not a ton of cars out there on the roadways, and things seem to be moving smoothly for those who are out and about. But, you know, in January, we sometimes talk highs in sub-zero temperatures.
Right.
So everything I think is relative. We're now getting to the middle point of January. We've all been used to the 40s and the mid 30s. And now that we're talking single digits, I mean, it's kind of just par for the course for us.
It is, absolutely. And, you know, December, normally the average for snowfall is just over 10 inches. You know, we average more during the month of January. So this is the time during the winter where we see more snow. Now, last year, the majority of our snow came in March, which is
funny how that
very
happens?
interesting, you know. So we'll see how the rest of this winter goes. But you're right, now is the time where this is the weather we see.
When it comes to all this sort of stuff, it's looking at the data and it's looking at the trends, right? So nothing is
Absolutely.
set in stone. It's not because what happened last year, the same thing's going to happen this year. So just bear with us. The meteorologists are doing what you guys are working
Thank
so
you.
hard around the clock, and it's been like this all week long. I want to make mention that we got word from the assistant fire chief, Stephen Kahn, out in New Berlin, and he was saying they are being slammed right now with calls. He says it's absolutely horrible out there with ice, because I'm sure that there's so much moisture out there, and then you have some spots that are a little bit colder and things are freezing over.
Sure.
So whether it's car accidents or people falling, he says if you can, please help out the emergency responders and just stay in. Just stay in if you can. Don't try to go out there and do any sort of grocery shopping or look around, you know.
Right.
Maybe take a little walk if you're so desperate to get outside and do so. Let's take you kind of around the area to show you what it looks like in the various neighborhoods across southeast Wisconsin. This picture, a beautiful one, is from Linda Totino. And I imagine, oh, here's another one. We have a red-bellied woodpecker, perhaps. I'm not a birder, as they call them. Lori from Germantown. I mean, look how much snow is out there, just piling up on top of the bird feeder. And again, it's not necessarily blowing like crazy because it's so heavy. It's sticking to everything.
Right.
And this is a perfect picture to kind of describe that from Sarah Severance. I mean, the snow has just clung to all the trees. And we know when it's freezing out and a lot colder, a lot of times you don't get the snow-coated trees because it just blows off as quickly as it falls on them, right?
Sure, makes for a beautiful scene. This is definitely the pretty snow, but it's also still the slushy and messy snow. But seeing pictures like this, it makes you stop and really appreciate at least the beauty in it, you know?
Oh, without a doubt. And look at that. You can almost see, I think, looks like a body of water there in the background, just glistening blue. But look how much snow is piling up from Jimbo on his backyard patio set. Just think about the days of summer when I'm sure there was, you know, potted plants and flowers out there. But
green grass.
Yeah, but we've been waiting for snowfall, right? We didn't want the brown and the dead stuff out there. We need a coating of snow, and now we have it. And the FOX6 weather stick, it's holding on tight. I mean, it's still sitting around that 5-inch mark on the deck. But again, we talked earlier that a lot of the snow that has fallen, it starts melting right away.
Here,
you know what I mean?
yes, absolutely.
Here lakeside. So this is here in Brown Deer, and we're kind of seeing this up and down the lakeshore. But you get out west, Steph, I mean, we were talking nearly 10-inch totals, right?
Really, I mean, a difference within miles. You know, if you are right near Lake Michigan, it's been snowing all day, at least, you know, Milwaukee. It's been snowing all day, but because of how high the moisture content is, it's either just melting or turning to slop or just compacting on what snow is on the ground from last night or from Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But a couple miles inland, everything is snow covered. It's very hazardous to travel, as we just talked about. So truly another event where it depends on where you're at, although the bulk of this system really has been producing high snowfall totals.
Get out there and get those driveways clear, take breaks. The snow is incredibly heavy. I'm sure snow blowers sometimes don't even work in situations like this because everything just kind of get jammed up. And we want to remind you, don't ever stick your hand inside a snowblower, even if it's turned off. I think that's even a bad idea because we had a tragic situation with a poor guy who got his hand stuck. Fortunately, he's going to be okay. He kind of was one of the lucky ones, but use a broom handle or some sort of other stick if you do end up getting clogs. I was saying that to my husband as he was using the snowblower today. I was like, please don't put your hand in there. He's like, come on, that's rule number 1. I'm like, I know, but everyone doesn't think when you're like, oh, let me just get that really quick.
Worth reminding. Yes. Also, my words of advice here, if you do have a snowblower, be nice to your neighbors.
That's a good point.
Do a little extra and just check in on your neighbors too, your family, your friends. This is obviously a big storm. It's very impactful.
Without a doubt. Let's talk more about the weather right now, because the snowmaking machine, as I like to call it, it's just churning and churning and churning. And here's the view for you.
Yep, exactly. This is kind of a zoomed in view of Walworth, Racine, Kenosha County, and now, the lake shore, especially Kenosha County, has been more liquid precip than snow, and that could still continue here for a couple more hours. Otherwise, everybody else, once again, this has been all snow. In fact, let me zoom this out a little bit for you. This is the view across all southeast Wisconsin. So this is now a steady, widespread snow, and it's going to continue from here. This system is a big one, and we still have to get through the back edge of this that extends all the way to essentially Minneapolis and Omaha, Nebraska. So that's the back end of this that we will see later tonight into tomorrow. The good news is that is the lighter snow across southeast Wisconsin. Now, just a reminder, Fond du Lac as well as Sheboygan County were upgraded to that blizzard warning a short time ago. So that's the orange that you're seeing. In fact, that blizzard warning does extend northward into Green Bay, Door County, all the way up into the UP, it looks like. A couple of counties in far northwestern parts of our state. And then a good chunk of Iowa, western Illinois, parts of South Dakota. The rest of us in pink still under that winter storm warning. But Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County, that blizzard warning is in effect from 5 p.m. today until 3 a.m. early Saturday morning, and then the winter storm warning will then take back over until noon on Saturday. Let's take a look across Milwaukee, where the snow has been steady. You can't even see through this camera. Visibility has been a huge issue throughout the day today, where that visibility, once again, West Bend, Waukesha, down to, about half a mile. Wind gusts really are no help either. Those are going to continue to be potentially within the 35 to 45 mile per hour range, which is one of the reasons why we are talking the potential for near blizzard conditions, especially in those northern communities. But even for the rest of us, low visibility is going to continue to be a huge hazard. So my words of advice, we already have very high snowfall totals, over 10 inches in a handful of spots. Stay inside the rest of the evening if you're able to.
Without a doubt. Get that fire going. Just stay cozy. Keep us on. Now, we want to tell you that we are going to take a quick break here. We've been on the air for 3.5 hours straight here on Fox Local, and we appreciate you being with us as we take a live look from our city center camera over the city. We're going to be back in 2 minutes, though, so give us 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side.
If they, okay, good. Thank you. Oh, I need a low total. I need a low total. And we are back with you here on Fox Local. We appreciate you staying with us. We've been on consistently, and we plan to be on consistently here with you. Of course, we have our newscast that's coming up at 4 o'clock over the air. It'll also be airing here on Fox Local. But this is a huge storm system that we're dealing with. It started at 4 o'clock this morning. We're about to hit the 12-hour mark that the snow has been falling from many communities. We now have a blizzard warning in certain parts of our viewing area, which stretches throughout this storm. All of us are, of course, under a winter weather warning, and it's easy to tell why. This snow is heavy, it is wet, and it's causing a lot of issues out there. There's been one snow-related death. There's thousands of people who do not have power. The crews are doing what they can to keep the roads clear, but as you know, the snow continues to fall, so it's hard to keep up with that. But there is fun to be had when it comes to this snow. All of the kids, most of the kids, I should say, I don't want to, the select few that maybe did have school, but most of the kids are out of school today. And if they're lucky enough, their parents are kind enough to take them outside and enjoy a little bit of the snowfall. The best part of a snow day.
Our Jason Calvi, he has been out there enjoying it, although he has been working very hard, having to walk up and down the sledding hill. I do feel for you because, and especially when it comes to trudging through this stuff, Jason, it is not easy.
Yeah, Steph, it's not that easy. It's pretty thick and it's wet. It feels, the coat, the pants, they're getting wet. They're getting saturated. Even though it's snow, it does, as Ted mentioned earlier, it does feel kind of like it's raining even though it is snow. And you can see the visibility up here. This is Dewey Hill, where you've got dozens and dozens of kids right now enjoying the snow day. They're having snowball fights. They're coming down the hill. They've built some awesome ramps that they're using actually as they come down with their sleds and able to come down Dewey Hill, hit the ramp, go flying into the air. They're having a great time out here. They were actually building a snowman at one point, but it looks like the kind of collapsed right here. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on with the snow, but yeah, it seems like it's pretty good snowball. Hey guys, how you doing? Good. How are you enjoying the snow? We're live on Fox Local right now.
I wish I could see myself on TV.
What happened to the snowman right here, guys?
Some kids earlier were making it, and then I guess it just broke. I guess it gets sledding accident.
How about the snowballs? These are pretty good, huh?
No, yeah.
Can you guys show us?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, great. Yeah. 2-1. 2 against 1 out here. Good shot. So this is this is excellent snowball. Look at this. This is great. Snowball weather out here. Snowball snow. And again, kids right here, Dewey Hill in Wauwatosa, enjoying the snow day. They're sledding. And you can see, just looking up the hill here, the visibility. You can see that snow is kind of cutting in to the visibility as you look up the hill. And really, you can see the snow just coming and coming right now. So that's cutting into our visibility as we try to look up that hill. The roads here in Wauwatosa, if you pan over this way, pretty clear right here. But if the tires are bald, we're finding some of the cars, some of the smaller cars with bald tires are having a more difficult time navigating through the roads because that snow, it's compacting down into the road. They did do a good job plowing it, but it's still, I mean, you just can't keep up with it. Here comes a, snow plow down the road the other way. But that's what we're dealing with here in Wauwatosa as these kids are just having the time of their lives out here on a snow day. You know, we had months without a big snowstorm. This 2 snow days this week alone, and today's a Friday. They're enjoying this opportunity to come out and enjoy Dewey Hill here in Wauwatosa. Steph and Steph?
Oh, I love it.
It is just great. And I do think the snow out there has certainly picked up since the last time
agree.
we checked in with Jason. And I just want to point out, Jason's winded. He is in good shape, okay? He's a father of 4. He knows what it's like to be out in this stuff. And it goes to show you just how hard it is just walking through.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I was out there having a snowball fight with my kids today because it is such great packing snow. But we tried to build a snowman, and we couldn't get the middle of the body lifted up on top of the base because of just how heavy it was. So enjoy it while you can, but just know it's tough, especially as adults, walking up and down those hills and trying to keep up with the kids.
You're going to get your steps in today, parents. You really are. But also worth mentioning, give yourself breaks. You know, tell the kiddos to go make a snow angel, and you'll sit down for a second.
And you're going to lay down and then never be able to get back up.
Exactly.
Yeah. We know how it is.
Oh,
but
goodness.
clear those driveways. I think that's a really good time to make that point that if you're sitting inside and you're like, it's still snowing, it's not worth it. Do it in rounds. I mean, that's my advice to you, because you don't want, before you know it, 10 inches to pile up and now you haven't done anything and now you're trying to move that many feet of 10 inches of snow. So, and the bottom's going to fall out when it comes to our temperature. So you know what happens to the snow, especially when it's super wet snow like this?
Yes.
Blocks of ice.
Exactly. All those clumps that sometimes are at the end of your driveway, get rid of them.
Because of the good old snow plows.
Oh, goodness. Well, there is still a lot to talk about, and we will talk temperatures this time around, but let's focus in on what we have outside right now. Here's a look at a couple more snowfall totals that we've had. If it decides to advance, there you go. We have got 9.5 in Merton, Waukesha County, Plymouth 9.5, Jackson 7.5, Hills Corners 7, and then you've got Mitchell International, a whompy 2.7, where it's been snowing all day, but a lot of it's been melting or compacting. And I do have a few Racine totals now. Burlington 6.5. Waterford, let's see, Waterford 5.5. So even, some counties towards the south have picked up a little bit more snow. Here's the view in Brown Deer. I'm going to make Tom measure next time he's out on the weather deck, but this is the view from our Brown Deer camera here at the station, where visibility is low. It is messy, everything is snow covered, and that's where it looks just about everywhere. In fact, this view of Milwaukee, we can't even see out of the camera because it is covered. Visibility remains low. That's been the huge issue all day long. That and just quick accumulation on roadways, blowing snow. All of those same hazards will continue. Everybody all day long have really been fluctuating between as low as 1/4 mile to as high as maybe 2.5 miles. Everybody right now, it is pretty low. So we will continue once again to have that lower visibility, the messy roadways, this DOT winter driving map really not looking any different from the last time I showed you. Once again, maybe okay, those main interstates near the lake, but the second you get a few miles inland, everything for the most part is covered. Snowplows are out there. They are doing their thing. Allow them plenty of extra space and help them by just staying inside. If you don't have to travel, don't be out. The winds have been very strong all day. They will continue to gust throughout the remainder of your nighttime hours between at least 35 and 45 miles per hour. We could have some isolated gusts up to 50 miles per hour. That's the reason why we do have Fond du Lac as well as Sheboygan County under that blizzard warning, which begins at 5 tonight and continues until 3 tomorrow morning. The rest of us under a winter storm warning, but near zero visibility between the heavy snowfall and those very strong wind gusts will be the main hazard. So from here, we will once again continue to see the snow falling across southeast Wisconsin. I think Tom and I are competing for computers again, but just know that the mess, it's going to continue from here. The temperatures become the bigger issue heading into Saturday. You know, the snow will gradually taper off later Saturday afternoon, but temperatures will continue to fall throughout the day on Saturday, and then that really is going to, number one, provide for icy conditions, and number two, blowing snow will still be a possibility because of the fact that winds will still be on the strong side. I'm just going to step off real quick because I do really want to focus on temperatures just real quick before I send it out to Tom, because the cold air really is just right off towards the west. So for the remainder of today, still hovering around freezing. That's the reason why the snow is still that very wet and heavy snowfall. But as soon as later tonight, we are going to see those temperatures dropping, that colder air from the northwest moving in. So overnight, we're dropping into the 20s, staying in the low 20s pretty much all throughout the day on Saturday. And then look at Saturday night heading into Sunday morning, and all throughout the day Sunday, we're talking single-digit temperatures. So it's coming. We've got the snow through, you know, the remainder of the day today through midday Saturday, although much, much lighter, and then we'll focus in on the cold. And it is also worth mentioning that as this cold moves in later tonight, not as cold as Sunday, but we will eventually have that snow consistency changing to more of that powdery snow, and that's the reason why blowing snow could still be an issue both Saturday as well as Sunday. Now that is the latest from the studio. We will send it out to Tom, who is once again out on the weather deck. What's the measurement? I'm glad you heard me.
I heard you call me out there,
Okay.
Barico.
Do some work, Tom.
Right? Come on, get to work, Walks. 5 inches of snow out here on the weather deck, Steph. And I'll tell you, you might be wondering, how do we measure snow? What's the fancy way to measure snow? With a ruler. That's it. Try to find areas that haven't drifted and measure in 3 different areas and take the average of that. So that's all you need is a ruler. And again, try to find some undrifted areas if you can. Of course, that wind is starting to blow now. Let's take a look, show you what's going on in terms of our road conditions. And as we show you this here, I'm going to shout out some of our viewers here on Twitter, or now known as X. Greg, a heavy, wet, slushy 3 inches as of 49 minutes ago in Milwaukee. And hearing from some other of our viewers here with quite a bit of snow. In fact, Mike near Gerke's Corners there in the Brookfield area at 10 inches of snow. In fact, and I love this because Mike tells me here that he did 5 measurements and averaged them all out. So we were just saying how you do at least 3 measurements and average them. Well, Mike went a step further and did 5 of them there. And it's interesting because near the lake, of course, levels are lower than inland. Hearing from Willie in Waukesha, Willie is telling me he has to be about 9 inches of snow. Has Dwayne in Lisbon at 10 inches of snow. That was as of 7 minutes ago. So you can see the difference there, right? Between lakeshore communities and inland communities, that there is quite a big difference there. So a huge shout out to all of our friends on social media who are out there measuring for us and getting that in for us, because that is a huge help here. Because yes, we do get reports in from the National Weather Service, but it's really our viewers that come through, and it's a huge help. So let's talk about road conditions here, as they are a mess across the area, and that's going to continue throughout the night. Blizzard warnings taking effect here this evening, Sheboygan and Fond du Lac counties. But Steph was talking about this too. An important distinction between the blizzard warning and the winter storm warning. Don't focus too much on that. What that really means is blizzard conditions are more likely in that warning area. But winter storm warnings, you're still going to have pockets of near zero visibility at times. So don't get too caught up in who's under a blizzard warning, who's under a winter storm warning. It's nasty everywhere. Now, the snow has gotten a bit lighter for a time this afternoon, but it is starting to pick up once again. And I'm telling you that we talked last night on the newscast about how we were expecting it to be a bad morning commute. Not only was that realized, it really overproduced in some areas, and it's picking up again this afternoon as the wind will be changing direction from the east to the northeast as we go throughout the night. That could lead to some lake enhancement as we go throughout the night. These are some of the latest snow reports. There you can see nearly 10 inches as of 1 o'clock this afternoon in Menominee Falls. And we heard from Lisbon there a minute ago of about 10 inches. So that's all kind of matching here where we're seeing the heaviest amounts inland closer to the lake. Hearing from folks in Bayview and right along the lake in Kenosha where it's more rain or a mix or just really a lot of slop, right? And it's really interesting. You go a half a mile to a mile inland and everything starts to change. And that is really interesting living next to a warm lake here this time of year. So let's talk more broadly, meteorologically speaking here about what's going on and how this is going to impact you for the rest of the nighttime hours tonight. So we've got the area of low pressure down to the south. Everything spins counterclockwise around that area of low pressure. That's putting us in the favored zone for the heaviest amount of snow out of this system. Now you have the lake influence as well, where we have the wind coming in out of the east. As the low continues to move to our southeast, our wind will shift around ever so slightly to the northeasterly direction. But then that brings the wind off a big chunk of the lake, picking up moisture and creating lake-enhanced snow or heavier bands of snow potentially, especially just inland as we go throughout the night. So there's a lot of meteorology here, a lot to be learned from looking at this. And this is going to continue again all throughout the nighttime hours tonight with a mix potentially near the lake. Now, what's going to happen overnight? The area of low pressure starts to move off to the east, and that's going to take the heavy snow along with it. And what's going to happen to our wind? Any guesses there? Well, it's not going to be northeast anymore. As the low moves that way, it's going to be out of the northwest, and it's going to be gusty tomorrow. So a northwesterly wind with light snow and about 1 to 2 inches of snow accumulation additionally tomorrow. So this is what it looks like when we talk about the forecast standpoint, and this will make a little more sense now once you know the science in behind it. As we go throughout the night, you're going to notice a potential mix, maybe even some rain right along the lake. Look at that wind coming in out of the northeast, and it's going to be gusting over 30 miles per hour. So blizzard conditions will be possible here as well. But notice the mix right along the lake. Then you jump just, a mile inland, and that's heavy snow. So that's that lake-enhanced snow I was talking about with the moisture being picked up off of unfrozen Lake Michigan. If Lake Michigan had significant icing on it right now, this snow and this precipitation would not be as heavy tonight. So there is a direct correlation to the warmer lake and the heavier precipitation in the forecast this evening. The wind continues to blow, and oh, look at this. By 3:30 in the morning, see the wind changing direction, more out of the northwesterly direction overnight, but still gusty. So that takes the heavy snow with it, but we're going to have bouts of light snow throughout the day tomorrow. And that light snow, again, will pile up to about 1 inch or 2, just enough to kind of cover the roadways and continue to make it slick. I think the bigger concern is that because it's going to be colder tomorrow with temperatures in the 20s, that snow is going to be a fluffier variety, and it's going to blow around easier because there's not as much water content in that snow. So we're going to have blowing snow issues throughout the day tomorrow and into the evening. But this is certainly a mess as we go throughout the night. I want to show you here as well that it is going to stay windy for the next couple of days with temperatures down to 9 for a high by Monday. In fact, wind chills next week, I'm going to back this up a little bit. Wind chills Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all day long, -10 to -20. And that's something we haven't talked a whole lot about yet because we got to get through this system first, right? But we are talking about bitterly cold air. And it's not just kind of a fleeting thing that comes and goes. This is going to last for quite some time as we go through probably about a week of very cold air coming in. So what falls for the rest of the night tonight is going to stay on the ground for the better part of probably a week or two at this point. So that's the latest when we're talking about the latest in terms of the meteorology. I want to toss it back inside. Steph, I don't know if either or Stephanie, if you guys have any questions, want to chat about anything, let's go for it.
Let's talk about that lake enhancement just a little bit more, because I know that that's kind of been something that's, it's on the apps and people are asking questions. Are we going to have more lakeside? But you just made a really good point, Steph, that a lot of times when that lake enhancement sets up, it might set up in one of the lakeshore communities, but then jut inland, right? It doesn't just completely just go right along the lake's shore.
Right. It kind of depends on the exact angle of the wind. But, in this type of situation, it's very possible if as the evening goes on, we do end up seeing some lake enhancement, which I think we've already seen today. It'll likely be, you know, the Sheboygan area, into maybe western Ozaukee County, Washington, maybe northern Waukesha. I don't think it'll necessarily be something that Milwaukee sees, but it really does come down to the exact angle of the wind off of the lake. It's fascinating stuff. Living by Lake Michigan as a meteorologist, this is the perfect area to go to school to learn weather.
That's a really good point.
There is nothing like forecasting near a lake.
It's not like living out in San Diego where it's 75 and sunny every day.
It's very different.
Let's take you kind of around the horn here just a bit to kind of show you what it looks like in various people's neighborhood, because you, our viewers, have been so awesome, and you always send us pictures in of what your backyard looks like, what your front yard looks like. And how about these pups from Dawn out in West Bend, looking like they're enjoying it. I mean, it looks fun. I know my dog absolutely loves the snow. She loves to just run and kind of stick her snout into the snow and stick her butt up in the air and kind of just
cute.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing?
Mine runs in the opposite direction.
Does not like the snow.
She runs inside.
Well, she's a teeny tiny one.
She
You have
is,
a
that's true.
dachshund.
I do. Yeah.
So, you know, the snow at this point is probably over her head.
And here's another one.
Tim Casey, thank you, from the town of Sullivan. I think it says that his dogs are absolutely loving it. I know my dog just sits there and consistently scratches at the door wanting to go outside. But I will warn you that if you do have a pup and the dog hasn't been outside very much, when they go out, they're going to be soaking wet because of the water content of this snow. And if you've been out a little bit, I mean, my snow pants, my coat, my everything had to be thrown into the dryer because it was just soaked through and through. Let's take you to another area. Do we have another picture there, guys?
Oh, beautiful.
From Tammy out in Muskego.
These are all pups, right? Is that a pup?
It looks like a dog, yeah. And that's beautiful. I mean, such a winter wonderland. We were hoping to have a white Christmas. That didn't come to fruition, but we're getting it now here in January. Now, when it comes to clearing the snow, it's tough. I know a lot of people can be frustrated because especially the side streets, you know, those can be left until last because they want to clear the main thoroughfares. The Milwaukee County Department of Public Works, they gave us an update a little bit earlier today on their snow removal efforts.
We have 100 salt trucks out right now, or as we call them, they're sensors. Plow blades are mounted. You'll see them on the streets right now. We've seen less snow in the downtown eastern parts of the city as we have seen on the west side. I think there's like 3 to 4 sitting on the streets right now. Our garbaging and recycling facilities, our operations had started 1 hour early today to get all the recycling and garbage picked up so we can transition those vehicles this evening to help with the cleanup because we're supposed to see another 6 inches of snow from what we're seeing. Residential streets were pre-treated last night in anticipation of the storm and the cold temperatures coming in. So it lasted us all the way until about 5 o'clock this morning before we started seeing some accumulation. We continue to have our mains passable. When I say mains, that's your arterial streets, your main thoroughfares through the city. We're focusing on them. As soon as we have those open and clear, we're going to transition to the residential areas. As you've seen in past snow operations that we've done recently, we're staying away from the parking lanes and the arterials, moving into the district so people can move onto those main areas and then coming back out. So when you see a roadway that's not fully plowed, we're keeping the lanes open, we're going to come back. 100% of the city will be plowed. Again, I can't express this enough. This storm is, right now it's a little wet and messy. Drive slow, take your time. There's no reason to rush around. I know a lot of our surrounding communities are closed. A lot of facilities in the local area are closed. If you're trying to go somewhere, take your time. I would prefer that, you know, as many cars as there's possible to stay off of our streets. But just be careful. This is the largest snowstorm we've had in quite some time, and it might be unfamiliar to a lot of people. So just please be patient on the roadways.
And allow those crews to do what they need to do. You know, it's never fun being behind a snowplow, so make sure you give yourself plenty of extra space. They say about 200 feet because they're trying to clear that snow and it can fly back into your windshield and cause whiteout situations. So we don't want that. We want everyone to stay as safe as possible. You know, this afternoon, we have seen thousands of customers without power, but We Energies, we spoke with them earlier today, and they want you to know that their crews are working around the clock to try to get your lights back on. Take a listen to what they had to say about what's going on out there.
We have hundreds of men and women out in the field trying to get around quickly and safely, dealing with these outages, but we're seeing that heavy wet snow oftentimes coming onto large trees and large limbs, and that is coming into contact with our power equipment, causing power outages. We also, earlier in the week, when we had that first round of snow, saw a number of cars that slid off the road and came into contact with our power poles, causing long outages. So we'd encourage people and remind them, please do slow down on these slick roads. Outages are really dynamic, and each outage is a little bit different. So we do have, as I mentioned, hundreds of people out. We're sending crews around. Response times are probably going to be a bit slower today because our crews can only go as fast as the roads will allow, and they're always going to take safety number one. But that's why we encourage you to sign up in the app or go to the outage map on our website. We can actually give you individualized outage estimates. We can send it via text or email, phone call, through the app, however you want it. So that's probably the easiest and best way to get an update. But listen, we're not going to stop until everyone has their lights back on.
And we know it can take some time, so just be patient out there. We know how frustrating it can be, especially with the temperatures that we're expecting to get for tomorrow, because right now it's sitting in those low 30s for most communities, but come tomorrow, especially towards the afternoon time, we're talking single digits and wind chills in the sub-zeros. We want to go back to our weather expert, Tom Walks, right now. He is joining us from the Storm Center. And Tom, this snow, when it comes to clearing it, when it comes to the power outages, it has to do with how heavy and wet it is, and it also has to do with the fact that this is our third round for just this week.
Isn't that wild? We had no snow in all of December. We had a trace of snow. This is payback for us, right? Winter is here, but you got to be careful. You've got to be careful shoveling the snow. Get this. I just heard from a viewer in Racine, and she goes, this is ridiculous. I've only had 2 inches of snow. It's that sloppy snow. Meanwhile, Menominee Falls has had about 10 inches of snow. I'm telling you, the lake is playing a role here, as expected, because the lake is still warm. So depending on your location, if you are a mile or 2 inland, you've got a lot of snow. If you're right along the lakeshore, it's just very sloppy. So it's going to continue this way throughout the night. Take a look at the Marquette interchange. Thankfully, traffic is very limited. I think most people stayed home today. Schools, rightly so, canceling school today. Maybe a lot of folks working from home and that sort of a thing. This is why. Visibility is terrible. Roads are not good. A hats off to road crews and DPW crews for trying to keep up with this. This is hard work. This is very hard work because it just keeps snowing, and it's going to continue all throughout the night. Roads are in rough shape here. Power outages, over 20,000 people without power. Hats off to the We Energies crews. Again, imagine having to work outside in this kind of weather. And for those folks who are working outside, we thank you so much for helping to keep the power on and for helping to keep the roads clean, to our first responders who are responding to accidents and so on. Again, hats off to all of you, because this is a tough one. This is a tough storm system. We don't get these systems to this caliber very often. Blizzard warnings for our northern counties, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. Okay? And then winter storm warnings for everybody else that runs until noon tomorrow. So here's what's going on in terms of the radar. And it's been kind of back and forth, right? The snow got a bit lighter earlier this afternoon, and now it's starting to pick back up again. The radar not doing a great job picking up on the mix right along the lakeshore because it is so fine scale there, but that is occurring in spots. Snow reports coming in fast and furious, and many of these are your reports. And I cannot thank our viewers enough here, because you guys are so great. You come through all the time. Get that ruler out there and give us those measurements. It is such a huge help for us. This system continues all throughout the night. Snow gets lighter overnight, and then 1 to 2 inches of fluffy snow accumulation coming in for tomorrow, with strong winds continuing. So blowing snow is going to continue. We're still going to have an issue of some slick roads at times during the day tomorrow, but the heaviest of the snow starts to taper off after midnight tonight. We are in the thick of this now, Stephanie, and we're going to continue to be in the thick of this for the next several hours. Stephanie, you guys have been doing a great job on Fox Local. Stephanie Barrichello about to take over here for Fox 6 News at 4, and I'm going to toss it back to you for more here for Fox 6 News at 4 coming up. We are online and on air all night long. Steph, back over to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. And as you mentioned, our Fox 6 News at 4 is about to begin here momentarily. We appreciate you staying with us this entire time. We're going to keep going here on Fox Local, so if you're watching us here, keep it on. And if not, we'll see you over the air.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
Now at 4.